Chapter 535. Bang! Wu Ming moved his spear away from Isen's neck and blocked Rama's indestructible blade. Under the blade of the indestructible blade was Isen, who was paralyzed on the ground. However, Demetrius, who made a little movement, was stopped by Atalanta's arrows. "Calm down, Rama." Wu Ming tried to persuade Rama gently. "You want me to calm down? The guy who almost turned Sido into a demon god pillar is right in front of me. How can I calm down?" Rama's eyes were burning with flames as he stared at Isen fiercely as if he wanted to eat Isen alive. "We are friends, right? If so, listen to my advice. Isen is still useful, so don't kill him for the time being. Otherwise, Wu Ming, who had already snatched the Greek Holy Grail, would have already made his move." Rama looked at Wu Ming and nodded. He then continued to stare at Isen fiercely. "Maeve, please do me a favor." Wu Ming waved at Maeve, who looked like she was watching a family drama. "Yes." Maeve smiled and came to Wu Ming's side. After that, Wu Ming took out a lot of healing potions from his precious artifact space. He then opened the teleportation door and let Maeve bring Sido away for the time being. After all, if Sido stayed with Rama any longer, he would disappear soon. After Wu Ming told Maeve about various things, Maeve carried Sido into the teleportation door. "Thank you very much, Holy King." "No, surrender," Rama said sincerely to Wu Ming. It was an eye-opener for Wu Ming to be able to make the proud and arrogant Rama, who often threw tantrums, apologize so sincerely. "Since you are able to call me by my name, it means that we are friends, right?" As he spoke, Wu Ming placed the Holy Grail into the golden ripple under Isen's gaze. He then extended his hand to Rama. Although Wu Ming treated Rama as a friend when Reeve shook hands with Rama, he did not expect that. "Yes, that's right, my friend." Then, Rama and Wu Ming held each other's hands tightly. "Then, don't attack Isen for the time being, alright?" Wu Ming glanced at Isen, causing Isen to shuffle backwards in fright. After all, Isen was currently sitting on the ground. Sure. After all, this person had saved his wife, Sidwa. Moreover, this person was also his friend. Thus, Rama would naturally listen to him. As Rama spoke, he glared at Isen and no longer looked at him. Otherwise, the anger in his heart would not dissipate. Although Rama had promised Wu Ming to spare Isen's life for the time being, he wasn't the kind of person who would forgive someone who almost sacrificed his wife. It was also because of Wu Ming's face. Otherwise, even if Gudazi was here, with Rama's childish temper, he would have used the indestructible blade to slash Isen. Yes, the kind that even their own mother wouldn't be able to recognize. "So, Isen, now you are our captive." Wu Ming smiled and narrowed his eyes, which made Isen and even Demetrius feel a chill. In the sky, the Argo was moving towards Alexandria. On the Argo, Isen was controlling the Argo alone at the helm. If one didn't look at Isen's livid face and Atalanta behind him, who was holding the heavenly bow and staring at Isen as if he was her prey, then Isen's situation was not that bad. Demetrius, who was originally following Isen, was at the bow with Wu Ming and Rama, explaining the current situation of the Greek side. In short, after sending out Hercules, Hector, and the captive Spartacus, we only have Isen, Atalanta, and me left. Wu Ming did not look at Demetrius. He just looked ahead as if he was experiencing the feeling of flying in a boat. As for Rama, he sat cross-legged alone on the deck behind Wu Ming and Demetrius with his eyes closed, as if everything had nothing to do with him until they reached their destination, Alexandria. This was Wu Ming's purpose. Through Isen, he drove the Argo to Gudazi and others' gathering place, Alexandria. At this moment, only Rome was left on this continent, and it was now being restrained by Gudazi and others. This time, the battle against Greece was also messed up because of Spartacus' self-destruction. Although Finn, Dilmund, and Fergus had all left the stage, Silent Noise had taken the opportunity to imprison Hercules. She had also captured Isen and Demetrius, so overall, it was still a good outcome. As for Achilles and Hector, Wu Ming did not disturb them, just like he did not disturb Kana and Arjo. Now, as long as he got the Holy Grail of Rome, this singularity would be over. With that in mind, Wu Ming let out a long sigh as he looked at the clouds in the sky. At this moment, Because Wu Ming and Rama did not reply, Demetrius waited there. Because waiting was boring, Demetrius would look at Ison from time to time, but every time, she would turn her head away in an instant. She was very nervous. She should be afraid of being misunderstood by Wu Ming and Rama. However, how could Wu Ming and Rama not notice it? Ahem. I already know the specific situation. Wu Ming clenched his fist and put it on his mouth and coughed. This scared little Madia so much that she trembled and almost cried. Don't worry, I won't do anything to Ison. Wu Ming shook his head helplessly, trying to calm Demetrius down. But, you cast such a vicious curse on Sir Ison. As she spoke, Demetrius looked like she was about to cry. Isn't it obvious? Wu Ming said with a bitter smile. I don't believe that Ison will be obedient. After all, he's a hero who can leave his name in the martyr's palace. Although Ison was weak, at least he was invincible when it came to piloting a ship. It could be seen from the fact that Wu Ming did not feel the slightest tremor when he stood at the bow of the ship. Moreover, the existence that could be chosen by the two great restraints and dragged into the martyr's palace, regardless of whether it was a hero or an anti-hero, would definitely not be the same as ordinary people. Wu Ming could not be sure if Ison would betray him or do something else when Wu Ming and the others attacked Rome. Therefore, Wu Ming planted a lot of complicated Lune rune tactics in Ison's body. Then, he told Demetrius and Ison that as long as Wu Ming willed it, Ison would experience what it meant to be in a living hell. Because what he said was true, Ison and Demetrius believed him. Moreover, when Wu Ming planted those complicated Lune rune tactics, Demetrius was beside him. No matter how much Ison cried and howled, Ison, who was being held down by Rama, had his body implanted with those tactics in front of Demetrius, who was being watched by Atalanta. However, Wu Ming did not know anything about curses, nor did he study them. So, what he said was a complete lie. However, no matter who saw those extremely complicated and mysterious Lune rune tactics, they would not doubt Wu Ming's words. In the eyes of others, it was an extremely vicious curse. As long as you are obedient, nothing will happen. Wu Ming looked at Demetrius with a smile. Demetrius could only nod helplessly. After all, they could not defeat Wu Ming and the others. Chapter 536. Since Rama used him as a laborer, Ison's sailing speed was still very fast. Wu Ming estimated that it would only take about 10 minutes to reach Alexandria. Demetrius, who had been staying beside Wu Ming, spoke hesitantly. What's wrong? Wu Ming looked at Demetrius and asked. Just tell me what you want to know. There's no need to beat around the bush. After that, Demetrius took a deep breath and asked the question. Excuse me, the purplish black hole just now, was it a teleportation magic? Wu Ming was stunned for a moment before he realized what she meant. The purplish black hole that Demetrius was referring to was undoubtedly the teleportation door that Wu Ming came to the Argo. That's a magic trick that I learned from the other world. It's called gate. Gate. Demetrius repeated the word as she pondered. The effect is that based on the place that I've been to or the place that I've seen, I can create a teleportation door anywhere. Wu Ming briefly explained how to use the gate. Anywhere. Demetrius was obviously shocked. Pay attention to the premise. It must be a place that I've been to or the place that I've seen. Wu Ming knocked Demetrius's little head. This scene was extremely similar to a teacher scolding a disobedient student. Whoa! But, even so, it's still very powerful. Demetrius exclaimed as she hugged her little head and cried. Then, are there any side effects or other disadvantages? Demetrius raised her little hand. At this moment, she was also super interested in magic. There are no side effects at all. Well, if there's a disadvantage, it's that it can't be instantly teleported. Wu Ming looked at Demetrius with a perfect smile. At this moment, Demetrius's little head was filled with question marks. After all, you have to open the teleportation door first and then walk in. If you use this trick in a direct battle, it would definitely be useless. Also, if you use this skill in battle, if you can't close it in time, the enemy can also go through the portal. After all, Demetrius could only teleport by herself. That way, she would not be able to bring the enemy along with her. You're exaggerating. Even if that's the case, the magic you've learned from the other world is already very powerful. As long as you've been to a place before, or even a place as far as your eyes can see, it's really a powerful magic trick. Demetrius was slightly dazed. Indeed, this otherworld's magic is indeed very powerful. Either it's impossible to use it at all, but once you learn it, not only is the mana consumption low, but you can also move many people. It's much more useful than ordinary spatial magic. That's amazing. Midia said enviously. Do you want to learn? Wu Ming suddenly asked when he saw the envious look on Midia's face. Is it really possible? Demetrius shouted excitedly. Of course. You're not Ison. I have a good impression of you. Wu Ming was right. Such a naive little princess, because Ison went to the palace of the beauty goddess to make a wish, she fell in love with Ison and her life was ruined. Regarding this, Wu Ming naturally did not mind teaching her the portal. Of course, the prerequisite was that Demetrius could learn it. But, we're still enemies. Demetrius began to hesitate. It has to be said that even if she had the reputation of a traitor witch, the current Demetrius was undoubtedly an obedient and sensible princess. Because of the hostile relationship between the two of them, she was worried about whether Wu Ming teaching her magic tricks would be inappropriate. She was really a cute little princess. With the current situation, do you think we can still be considered enemies? Wu Ming teased. Indeed. Now we're captives. Demetrius smiled awkwardly. Then, are you willing to learn this magic trick from me, Demetrius? Wu Ming looked at Demetrius with great respect. Yes, I'm willing, teacher. Demetrius gripped her staff tightly with a serious expression. At this moment, Ison seemed to have been removed from Demetrius's mind. Demetrius only wanted to learn the portal magic trick. Then let us begin. Immediately after, a strange scene appeared on the deck. Wu Ming and Demetrius stood facing each other with their eyes closed. Wu Ming's hand was placed on Demetrius's head. Both of them did not move at all. This piqued Rama's interest. My friend, what are you doing? However, Wu Ming did not immediately answer Rama. After a moment, Wu Ming opened his eyes and put down his hand on Demetrius's head. It's just a simple memory-sharing magic trick. After all, it's more efficient this way. Alright, actually it was Wu Ming who did not know how to teach. Even he himself used the game scroll to learn the portal magic trick. However, it was not impossible to reverse the process. However, Wu Ming had never thought of teaching anyone and no one had asked Wu Ming. Therefore, Wu Ming did not research on how to teach others the portal magic trick. After reading the nameless spellbook for a period of time, Wu Ming did not look at it anymore. It was fine as long as they could use it. Moreover, Wu Ming did not dare to guarantee that people from other worlds could learn the magic trick of the game Yggdrasil. Wu Ming also chose to teach Demetrius this magic trick because she was a little girl who was passionate about magic. Without any ambiguity, Wu Ming and Demetrius' relationship was only that of a teacher and a student. Rama did not say anything else. After all, he did not know much about magic and was not very interested in it. Therefore, he walked to the bow of the ship and looked at the scenery. As for Wu Ming, he looked at Demetrius who still had her eyes closed. At that moment, Wu Ming's heart was filled with anticipation. Could the magic trick of the game Yggdrasil be learned by the miraculous hero spirit of this world? Wu Ming was very curious. After about 10 seconds, Demetrius opened her eyes. Her eyes were as beautiful as gemstones. His eyes were brimming with excitement and joy. The result was obvious. From the looks of it, you should have learned teleportation gate, right, Demetrius? Wu Ming smiled at Demetrius, pleased. Yes, teacher. I have successfully learned this magic trick. Demetrius shouted excitedly like a small animal. Thank you very much, teacher. Demetrius bowed deeply to Wu Ming to express her gratitude. For Demetrius, who was very interested in magic, being able to learn the magic trick of another world was a great favor. Just as Wu Ming wanted to say something, Rama, who was at the bow of the ship, spoke. What? Chapter 537. My friend, come and see that. Romo said to Wu Ming while pointing in a certain direction. Wu Ming, who reacted, felt that he didn't need to look because the chilling magic power had been transmitted to him. But even so, Wu Ming continued to shift his gaze in the direction that Roma was pointing at. This place was a few kilometers north of Alexandria City. It could be said that they had not completely arrived at Alexandria City. At the location of Alexandria City, a behemoth appeared at this moment. A huge meat pillar that reached the sky, countless eyes that were constantly twisting, and a huge magic power that belonged to the demon god. Demon god pillar. Wu Ming narrowed his eyes. There was no doubt that it was the demon god pillar summoned by the Holy Grail of Rome. Could it be that Karen and the others had forced Rome into a corner? Otherwise, why would the other party casually summon the demon god pillar? Or could it be that Rome's forces were already on the verge of collapse? If that was the case, it was not unimaginable that they would be forced to sacrifice the demon god pillar. Wu Ming pondered. But this has confirmed that Rome was indeed defeated by Greece. At this moment, the Argo suddenly stopped. Huh! Wu Ming turned to look at Ison, who was at the helm. However, at this moment, Ison was squatting on the ground with his head in his hands. Even when Atalanta pointed her bow at him, he did not get up. With a sudden jump, Wu Ming came to the helm. What's going on? This guy suddenly doesn't dare to go forward anymore. Atalanta stared at Ison with disgust. Ison, on the other hand, ignored Atalanta's angry glare, as if he would rather die with his corpse intact. Ison, it seems that you know what that is. Wu Ming looked at Ison with interest. Of course I know. That's the demon god pillar. If we go there, we'll just be throwing our lives away. Moreover, we won't even have a complete corpse. I don't want to go there. Ison's face was pale, but he still shouted loudly at Wu Ming. Indeed, although Wu Ming basically cut down the demon god pillars like vegetables, that was only because Wu Ming's authority was powerful. Basically, every time Wu Ming got rid of a demon god pillar, he would use his authority. After all, demon gods were still gods. The authority obtained from killing gods was especially effective against demon gods. However, even if the demon god pillar was frequently destroyed by Wu Ming, it was undeniable that the demon god pillar possessed the supreme power of a demon god. It could be said that ordinary servants or even first-class servants could not defeat a demon god pillar, and the same was true for some of the top servants. Of course, unless one had a special relic or skill, only those who had reached Kana's level would be able to fight against the demon god pillars. As for the servants who were currently in Alexandria, even if Karen was there was nothing they could do. Wu Ming suddenly thought of someone. If it's that vampire, he might have the power to defeat the demon god pillar. Although Pamilia was a monster and classified as an anti-hero, it was undeniable that the vampire had her own principles and restrictions. If there was a word to describe it, it would be aristocrat. If there was a word to add, it would be mysterious. After all, there was no record of such a vampire from anywhere. However, it was precisely because of this that Wu Ming felt that the other party had the means to deal with the demon god pillar. One must know that keeping a mysterious might not work in other worlds, but in the X-Moon world, it was a universal pass. In short, Wu Ming felt that the other party had that kind of ability. However, even if that was the case, Wu Ming could not choose not to take action. In that case, you stay here alone, we will go there ourselves. Without forcing Ison, Wu Ming took Atalanta away and went to meet with Romo. Before leaving, Atalanta once again stared at Ison fiercely, which scared Ison again. Without caring about Ison, Wu Ming found Demetrius. Since Ison is not willing to go, then Demetrius, you will send us there. Wu Ming said with a smile. Hey, me. Demetrius was a little panicked. After all, at the moment, her spirit base was still that of an innocent little girl. Such a solemn task could be said to be quite difficult for her. Didn't you learn the magic I taught you? Now is the time to test you, Demetrius. Open the place where your eyes can reach. Wu Ming pointed to the direction of the demon god pillar. When Wu Ming said that, Demetrius was stunned. That's right, this is the time to test my results. Immediately afterward, under Wu Ming's encouraging eyes, Demetrius nodded heavily. Yes. I will work hard, teacher. Immediately afterward, Demetrius closed her eyes and began to activate the teleportation gate magic, or rather, magic. Wu Ming directly shared his memories and feelings of using the teleportation gate with Demetrius. Since Demetrius had confidently said that she had learned it, then she must have learned it. Wu Ming did not think that as a famous magician of the gods, Demetrius would deliberately deceive him because she could not learn such magic. As a result, as expected. Gate. Demetrius opened her eyes, raised her magic wand and shouted. Immediately afterward, a pinkish-purple ripple as tall as a person appeared in front of Wu Ming and the other two. Atalanta and Romo looked at the pinkish-purple ripple with an indescribable expression. This made Demetrius blush instantly. Why? The pinkish-purple ripple filled the heart of a young girl. Hey! However, Wu Ming could only helplessly smile bitterly. This was really in line with Demetrius's character. Well done, Demetrius. You are indeed my disciple. After all, the necessary praise could not be lacking. Yes, thank you for your praise, teacher. After hearing her teacher's praise, Demetrius's face changed from red to normal. Although the color was a little strange, it was obvious that Demetrius had successfully released the teleportation gate. After nodding to Atalanta and Romo, the two walked into the teleportation gate. Then, Wu Ming looked at Demetrius. If possible, I really don't want my excellent disciple to fall into the hands of that guy. That guy was undoubtedly referring to Ison. But teacher, I am deeply in love with Lord Ison now. Demetrius did not care about Wu Ming's words. Instead, she showed a faint smile. Forget it, as long as you are happy, my disciple. Wu Ming shook his head with a smile and walked into the teleportation gate. I wish you good luck, teacher. Demetrius prayed silently. Chapter 538. In the city of Alexandria, which had become a battlefield, there were ruins everywhere. And under the ruins, there were many residents who lived in the city. Compared to Greece, Celtic, and even Japan, Rome could be described as a force that was incomparably generous to civilians. After all, it was Rome, so it was not surprising. In this way, many residents would choose to live in the safest capital. Those people who were crushed under the ruins were such existences. However, the demon god Pillar did not care about the life and death of those people. In other words, these residents would be attacked indiscriminately like the servants. Of course, the premise was that the servants didn't do anything. Matthew effortlessly lifted a stone slab that was pressing on a woman. Gudazi quickly went up and helped the woman up. Are you okay? I will take you to a safe place. Gudazi said eagerly. Child. My child. The woman said weakly, looking at the collapsed house. Gudazi and Matthew could not bear to look at the woman. The possibility of a baby being crushed under such a collapsed house was almost zero. However, as if there was a temporary traffic jam in the underworld, the baby did not lose his life. Watilda, as if he heard the voice of his mother, a baby's cry came. My child. The woman wanted to rush to the ruins to save her child. However, she was seriously injured, and after leaving Gudazi's support, she directly collapsed to the ground. Are you okay? Don't worry, we will save your child. Gudazi quickly supported the woman who collapsed to the ground. Then Gudazi nodded to Matthew. Matthew was stunned, nodded, and was ready to save the child. Human life is so strong and beautiful. Matthew smiled and thought. Then, a tentacle suddenly stretched out, or rather, smashed down. The target seemed to be Gudazi. Matthew naturally quickly came to Gudazi's side and blocked the attack with his shield. After Matthew came to Gudazi's side, Gudazi's wrist suddenly made a sound. Matthew, its target is the child. As if confirming the voice's words, the tentacle dramatically and strangely changed its direction, and its target was the ruins where the baby's cry came from. No. The child's mother screamed at the top of her lungs, trying to stop the tentacles. However, it all happened so fast that Gudazi, the woman, and even Matthew were powerless to stop it. Matthew did not expect the tentacles to be so strange. Using Gudazi as bait, he forced Matthew to change the formation. As a result, his target became the baby under the ruins. Just like that, the tentacle fell towards the baby. Just as the tentacle was about to fall, a voice sounded in Marshu's and Gudazi's ears. Brahastra, indestructible Rakshasa. In an instant, the indestructible blade spun with thunder and hit the tentacle. The tentacle was sent flying with an indescribable sound that sounded like a scream. The powerful and perfectly controlled power did not hurt the ruins below when it sent the tentacle flying. Taking advantage of this moment, Matthew went directly to the place where the baby was crying. He used his magic to gently clean up the ruins, revealing the cute child who was miraculously alive in the corner. Although the baby was still crying, it was indeed a symbol of life in everyone's eyes. Great! Matthew quickly picked up the baby, came to the woman, and handed the baby to the woman, the baby's mother. "Thank you, my child, my child." After hurriedly thanking Gudazi and Matthew, the woman held her child and kept talking. The indestructible blade flew back after sending the tentacle monkey flying. Matthew looked at the person in surprise. "It's really Mr. Rama." It was Rama's noble phantasm that sent the tentacle flying. But Gudazi was concerned about another thing. "In other words, assassin is also here?" Gudazi looked around, but she did not find any trace of Wooming. At this time, looking at Gudazi who was searching around, Rama spoke. "Don't look for him, my friend is not here." Then, Gudazi's little face looked like she was crying. How could this be? On the other side, Karen and the other so-called main battle servants were in charge of attacking. War dash. Why Lisabeth jumped and dodged a huge tentacle attack. How rude, how could you treat a lady like this? Why Lisabeth patted the dust on her dress with lingering fear and said with dissatisfaction. "Miss, what time is it now, do you still care about those things?" Robin Hood complained, rolled, and fired a few useless shots at the huge demon god pillar not far away. "Take care of yourself, green rat." Why Lisabeth shouted at Robin Hood angrily. Robin Hood could only helplessly take a few steps back, a look of discomfort on his face. Then, the blue and white flame flew past Why Lisabeth's hair. Why Lisabeth screamed in fear. "Do you want to kill me?" Why Lisabeth touched her hair and looked at Keoheim with tears in her eyes. "Sure enough, your lizard is useless." Keoheim did not answer Why Lisabeth directly, but released the flame at the demon god pillar while mocking Why Lisabeth. Of course, Keoheim's attack was not very effective. "Do you want to fight, fire-breathing snake?" Why Lisabeth stared at Keoheim fiercely. "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." And Keoheim also stared back at Why Lisabeth. Robin Hood sighed helplessly. "This is a battlefield, young missus. The enemy is a demon god pillar. Take it easy, even if they seriously deal with the demon god pillar, it won't have any effect." Billy Boy, who suddenly appeared, pressed his hat, and his face was full of helplessness. After hearing Billy Boy's words, Robin Hood also showed a helpless smile. As a servant, their spiritual base was too low, and they couldn't cause damage to the demon god pillar. They couldn't even attract or restrain it. Only a few tentacles attacked them, and they were the waterproof kind. Because the other tentacles were attacking Karen. Geronimo, who was following behind Billy Boy, frowned helplessly and looked to the north. "I hope the second team can complete the mission smoothly. Then they could support them." Then, Geronimo saw the lightning that represented the indestructible blade and smiled. "They're coming." Chapter 539. On the so-called head-on battlefield. Ka Rome transformed into a centaur, attacking the demon god pillars with his bow in the midst of the mechanical infantry. Karen was able to hit the demon god pillar's eyes with his skills. Why was it only at the beginning? It was because the demon god pillar was no fool and knew how to defend. Charon retreated slightly, and countless mechanical infantry rushed towards the demon god pillar. However, the demon god pillar only needed to use a few dozen tentacles to directly blow up the mechanical infantry that were attacking it. "This is a disaster," Edison roared as he hugged the lion's head behind the countless mechanical infantry soldiers. "So noisy. Be quiet." But at Madame Blavatsky's snarl, Edison obediently held his tongue. If this continues, we will be wiped out. Karen frowned and came to the two to see if they could come up with a plan. The three looked at Nightingale, who was charging with the mechanical soldiers but was constantly being pushed back. They felt helpless and relieved. If not for Nightingale's stubborn personality, she would not have attracted the demon god pillar. After all, it was a berserker. However, if this continues, something will happen to Miss Nightingale. Helena looked worriedly at Nightingale, who was constantly spinning and jumping under the demon god pillar's tentacles and was sent flying again. As if toying with Nightingale, the demon god pillar did not use its full strength. Although it seemed like the demon god pillar's attacks were ineffective, Karen and the others noticed that the demon god pillar was going easy on them. Otherwise, it would not have the time to attack Matthew and the others. If we look at the worst-case scenario, this demon god pillar might be smarter than we thought. Helena frowned as if she was facing a great enemy. I have a bad feeling. I feel like the demon god pillar is waiting for something. Karen's face darkened. This way, the demon god pillar was definitely scheming something. Edison was like a lion and did not understand the conversation between the two. At this moment, a voice resounded through the sky. A gigantic spear of light that had never appeared before came from afar and hit the demon god pillar. The demon god pillar let out an unrecognizable voice. It was obvious that the noble artifact's owner had poured a huge amount of magic into this attack. The noble artifact was released. That was the Holy King's voice. Edison said as he looked around for Wu Ming. Over there. Karen pointed. At this moment, Wu Ming, with his A+ grade agility, launched a surprise attack on the demon god pillar. At this moment, Wu Ming had already put on his armor and wore a helmet that completely covered his head. Wu Ming was like a silver dragon. As for the demon god pillar, it was as if the person it was waiting for had arrived. Regardless of whether it was the mechanical infantry or Nightingale, the demon god pillar no longer cared about them. Countless tentacles extended from the demon god pillar's muscles to attack, Wu Ming at the same time. The Wu Ming, was the demon god pillar's, and Wu Ming. Countless tentacles surrounded Wu Ming from all directions, which could be described as a killing move for ordinary servants. However, for Wu Ming, although it was dangerous, it was not fatal. Wu Ming did not stop and continued to run toward the demon god pillar, ignoring the Wu Ming's corrosive tentacles. The air vibrated, and a buzzing sound was heard. Then, the magic around Wu Ming's body condensed, and under Wu Ming's control, the condensed magic exploded in the surroundings. Boom! A dull sound was heard, and a ring of magic that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from Wu Ming in an instant. The encirclement formed by the Wu Ming's tentacles was instantly broken through by the magic that could be seen with the naked eye. Like petals, the tentacles were fragmented and turned into pure magic that dissipated. This was pure power that did not require any fancy tricks. What? Helena was shocked when she saw this scene. What's wrong? Edison asked cautiously. Madame Blavatsky was just sighing at his strength. Karen smiled helplessly and explained to Edison. Just the simple release of magic was enough to destroy the metal of the tentacles that everyone worked together to destroy. From this, it could be seen how powerful Wu Ming was in terms of the amount and control of magic. Compressing a large amount of magic, condensing it around his body, and then releasing the compressed magic in the form of Wu Ming's magic was a test of his control. And the premise of this was that he had sufficient magic power. It can be said that the magic power just now was comparable to the magic power required by the light spear, or even exceeded it by a lot. To be able to use the magic power of such a noble artifact to release magic power, it was not something that a first-rate servant could do. It could be said that even a first-rate servant would not have such magic power. After all, if the amount of magic power was not enough, it would be impossible to do it. And to be able to use that kind of magic power twice without batting an eyelid, it could be seen that Wu Ming was not ordinary. The most important thing was that Wu Ming only used magic power to destroy the tentacles, which was enough to prove that Wu Ming was powerful. True power was not a fancy ability, but a kind of power that had reached the pinnacle. So that's how it is, Your Excellency Holy Ruler is indeed Your Excellency Holy Ruler, to be so powerful. Edison's lion head showed an expression of sudden realization. However, such an expression was quite comical in the eyes of others. Since the holy ruler is here, it means that the Greek side has been resolved. Helena breathed a sigh of relief. Karen seemed to agree with Helena's opinion and nodded. However, I feel a little uneasy about the demon god pillar here. Karen looked at the demon god pillar. As a sage who had taught many heroes, Karen had a feeling. That demon god pillar was not an ordinary one, but one with a strong will. It could be seen from the previous performance, so Karen was very worried that the other side was up to something. However, even if there was a conspiracy, such a battle was not something they could investigate. In short, we should take this opportunity to save a few more injured residents. We can't let down Tachika's sincerity. The three nodded and slipped away from the battlefield. At the same time, they also took away Nightingale, who still wanted to charge at the demon god pillar. Edison brought the few remaining mechanical infantry and began to search for survivors. On Wu Ming's side, Wu Ming looked at the demon god pillar and vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. But even so, Wu Ming's actions did not stop. Wu Ming waved his hand and the holy spear of light appeared out of nowhere and landed in Wu Ming's hand. Then, Wu Ming raised the spear of light to his shoulder and threw it at the demon god pillar like a javelin. The spear of light gradually thinned and turned into a needle of light. However, the demon god pillar only summoned a few more tentacles, blocking the needle of light. Wu Ming was not surprised. After all, Wu Ming had only injected a small amount of magic power, so it was not surprising that the demon god pillar could block it. At this moment, the demon god pillar suddenly spoke. "Dragon of Origin, you're finally here." Chapter 540. Wu Ming's expression changed as he recognized the voice. "Lev." Wu Ming said the name. "As expected of the Dragon of Origin, you still remember me. But my current name is Flaulos, Demon God Pillar Flaulos." The Demon God Pillar laughed. "But I don't think it's such a coincidence that the Demon God Pillar summoned this time is you." Wu Ming didn't believe that this wasn't Lev's doing. With 72 Demon God Pillars, Wu Ming didn't think his luck would be so good. The 72 Demon God Pillars are 1. Unless you can destroy all the Demon God Pillars in an instant, I won't die. Demon God Pillar Flaulos laughed eerily with Lev's voice. Wu Ming could imagine Lev's ugly face. However, this provided Wu Ming with information. "I did think that you wouldn't die so easily, but I didn't expect us to meet so soon." Wu Ming didn't attack again, and Demon God Pillar Flaulos didn't attack either. The two of them started to talk. "This can't be helped. I'm the Demon God Pillar in charge of the information room." In other words, the other party might be able to see Wu Ming through some means or opportunity. "As soon as you came to this singularity, I was already paying attention to you through the Holy Grail, Sarande." As if victory was already in his hands, Demon God Pillar Flaulos said slowly. Wu Ming couldn't wait for someone to tell him the current situation, so he didn't disturb him and calmly listened to the Demon God Pillar. "Oh, then what about that guy? Didn't he come personally? The chaos here is a gift he prepared for me. I don't want to steal the limelight." Wu Ming mocked the Magic King. "Why would our king care about an immature dragon of origin? To tell you the truth, even if the Master of Chaldea conquered all 7 singularities with your help, it wouldn't affect our king at all." In other words, the other party had the confidence to win, or had the strength to not be disturbed. Wu Ming pondered. "This is also the reason why our great king let you go in London's underground cavern." Hey, Demon God Pillar Flaulos let out a terrifying laugh. Wu Ming frowned but didn't refute him. Wu Ming clearly knew that he was indeed very weak. When facing a powerful enemy like the Magic King who was strengthened by the Black Origin soil, Wu Ming only had 2 things that could compare. The 12 incarnations who killed God, stole the god's authority, and combined with his own abilities and origin baptism. Also the Blade of Salvation Divine Blade Savior's authority. The Blade of Salvation was also the Divine Blade Messiah's power. Although many of Wu Ming's abilities had been baptized by origin, there was no doubt that an ability or item with a high starting point would have a high achievement after being baptized by origin. Just like the 12 incarnations and blade of salvation. Other than that, whether it was the Lune magic that Wu Ming had learned, the World Tree's magic from the alternate world, or the various powerful items that he had obtained, or even the relics that had been turned into Wu Ming's own, they were all rather useless. That was because when facing an enemy like the Magic King, these abilities and relics were useless. Moreover, Flaulos also said that Wu Ming was an immature root dragon. Although in the eyes of many, Wu Ming was already very powerful, Wu Ming himself knew that he was actually very weak. After staying in the root dragon for a long time, Wu Ming gradually realized that a mature root dragon could be said to be the ruler of all the worlds, the protector of all the worlds. If he had to use a word to describe it, it would be the suppression of all the worlds. In other words, it was the heavenly axiom. It could be said that it was precisely because Wu Ming knew that he would eventually become such an existence that Wu Ming began to face the love that Maeve and the others had for him. After all, if Wu Ming kept delaying until then, perhaps Wu Ming's heart would really have turned into the merciless heavenly Tao. Take the planet's consciousness, Gaia, and the human consciousness, Alea, as an example. As long as it did not threaten Earth and the human race as a whole, they would not care. Moreover, if it was only a threat to one side, the other side would basically not care. For example, in the crisis of the M-Moon world, the Magic King's means had threatened Alea, so Alea naturally had to do her best to save it. The Holy Grail's ability to summon servants on its own was the self-defense mechanism that Alea had activated. However, because the Gaia and Alea of this world had a slightly special relationship, the two of them could be considered to be in love, probably, cough cough. In short, if Wu Ming had reached adulthood, then there was no doubt that he would be able to defeat the Magic King effortlessly. But now, the Magic King who had the origin black mud was not afraid of Wu Ming who was an immature origin dragon. After all, if hope was killed in the cradle, then this so-called hope would be nothing. Then, what is the meaning of your current actions? Is it purely for the sake of waiting for me to pass the time? Wu Ming was naturally referring to the matter of pretending to be led by the nose by Karen and the others. Not only that, Wu Ming, who had fully activated his mental power, saw why Lisabeth and the others' futility, and also saw that Flaulos was deliberately targeting Gudazi and Matthew. Wu Ming sensed that one of the tentacles of the demon god pillar was absent-minded, and his intuition told him that Gudazi and Matthew who were searching for survivors were in danger. Wu Ming trusted his intuition the most. As the origin dragon, all the worlds would subconsciously help Wu Ming, and this so-called intuition was also the help of similar worlds. Otherwise, why would Romo meet Gudazi so coincidentally and repel the tentacle that wanted to kill the child Matthew was about to rescue? It was because Romo was asked by Wu Ming to meet Gudazi and the others. Just treat it as my selfishness. My selfishness towards Matthew. Flaulos, or rather Lev, was silent for a few seconds before answering Wu Ming. Oh, the demon god pillar has selfishness? That's really surprising. You don't have to deliberately mock me. No matter what, I have spent a lot of time in Chaldea. After saying that, Flaulos stopped talking about this and turned to the root of this matter. Then, let's start the ravaging. Treat it as the price for the ravaging you did to me. As he said that, the countless eyes on the demon god pillar lit up with red light, and countless black and purple mist emitted from the demon god pillar. The ravaging began. Chapter 541. Needless to say, the demon god pillar Flaulos this time was different from the one Wu Ming encountered in the Winterwood City. Not only was the shape and color more vigorous, but the attack power of the demon god pillar had also increased a lot. Because Flaulos' target was Wu Ming, it did not disperse its attack. Instead, it deliberately gathered together to attack Wu Ming. Wu Ming naturally did not die in the first wave of attack, but he was slightly injured. Looking at the ground around the demon god pillar that was destroyed by the demon god mist and heat ray, Wu Ming's sense of danger towards Flaulos increased by another level. The power of the heat ray emitted by the demon god pillar's eyes increased a lot. Anyway, it gave Wu Ming a sense of crisis. Although it was a little exaggerated, Wu Ming did rely on his skills and speed to avoid the heat ray. However, because it brushed past him several times, Wu Ming felt the intensity of the heat ray. Not only that, The dark purple demon mist was also a lot stronger. It could be said that if it were Elizabeth and the other servants, they would not be able to last more than 5 seconds in the demon mist. As for Karen, who was restrained by poison, the demon mist with the poison attribute could even send Karen back to the martyr's palace when it came in contact with him. Wu Ming had the noble armor, so his body was not hurt. However, the demon mist had the ability to ignore defense and corrode the spiritual base. A part of Wu Ming's spiritual base was directly corroded. As a result, Wu Ming repeatedly used his magic to release skills and rushed out of the area covered by the demon mist. The demon god pillar Flaulos seemed to be deliberately playing with Wu Ming. After the first wave, it retracted the demon mist and did not attack again. How is it, Salander? This is the power that our king has bestowed upon us. The demon god pillar's eyes spun faster, and the demon mist was vaguely released again. It was not a precursor to an attack, but a sign of excitement and demonstration. After stretching his limbs, Wu Ming felt relieved when he sensed that Gudazi, Karen, and Elizabeth had retreated. His body was a servant's body that he created. Even if he died, it wouldn't matter. But Gudazi wasn't like that. She was a complete human being. Seeing that Gudazi and the others were covering the few rescued residents and retreating into the distance, Wu Ming once again used his mental power to search the ruins. Wu Ming heaved a sigh of relief after checking that there were no living beings. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about his surroundings. Your power comes from the Holy Grail, right? Since the Holy Grail was created by the Magic King, it's not hard to guess that it's able to help you demon god pillars. Wu Ming did not feel dispirited because the demon god pillar Flaulos temporarily gained the upper hand. Instead, he began to make inferences. Oh, that's true. But so what? Flaulos believed in the power given by its king. It was not afraid of Wu Ming's pretending to be calm in its eyes. This is power. The power that can defeat you in this era. The demon god pillar roared. Countless heat rays and demon mist attacked again. The momentum was much stronger than before. After I kill you, I'll kill everyone in this era. Who cares about being the last master of mankind? I'll let Chaldea and the others meet their doom in despair. At that moment, Flaulos was a little excited. However, this had nothing to do with Wu Ming. He continued to dodge. Wu Ming retreated 1,000 meters away. Indeed, this body doesn't have the ability to deal with you for the time being. Even if it was the legend of the Holy King, mythical Yggdrasil, its greatest power without charging could only injure the demon god pillar that had obtained the power of the Magic King. If he wanted to kill it, he would need to charge up for a long time. Of course, Flaulos would not give Wu Ming the chance. That was why Wu Ming did not have the ability to deal with Flaulos for the time being. But unfortunately, I've just become good friends with Rama. Wu Ming smiled at Flaulos. However, this smile made Flaulos feel uneasy. Although Flaulos was not afraid of Wu Ming, he did not think that Wu Ming was bluffing. What if he really had a way to deal with him? With this thought, Flaulos increased the amount of magic output. In an instant, the countless eyes on the demon god pillar began to bleed. The amount of magic output exceeded the demon god pillar's tolerance and hurt itself instead. However, the result was a dark ball of light that was comparable to the power of dozens of holy swords appearing in front of the demon god pillar. Wu Ming could feel that if the dark ball of light exploded or formed into a light cannon, the power would definitely be able to blow up a huge hole in the American continent. It could even be said that it would not be difficult to create a new lake. It could be said that if Wu Ming did not activate his noble artifact, Arthur's gift, he would have been forced to leave the stage after being injured by this attack. As Flaulos, who had been observing Wu Ming ever since he came to this singularity, he naturally knew that Wu Ming had such a noble phantasm. However, he knew that Wu Ming's noble phantasm was not like the legendary Avalon that could form an invincible domain. Wu Ming's noble phantasm was only an invincible shield. In that case, he only needed to go around the invincible shield. As Flaulos, who had accepted the power of his king, he naturally had such a method. No matter if it was using the space fault or forcefully turning the light cannon, Flaulos could do it. At that moment, Wu Ming moved according to Flaulos' prediction. The armor on Wu Ming's body instantly disintegrated. Without a doubt, Wu Ming was ready to use this invincible shield. However, the next scene made Flaulos think that Wu Ming was crazy. After the armor disintegrated, the various parts quickly flew around the demon god pillar, surrounding the demon god pillar and Wu Ming. Then, every armor part began to connect with each other. A seemingly transparent but incomparable light film appeared, wrapping Wu Ming and the demon god pillar Flaulos, leaving only the sky. After all, the height of the demon god pillar could be said to be so high that one could not see the end. To be more specific, at that moment, an incomparable square barrier with no top covered each of them. It was the kind of invincible light barrier that would not affect the outside world because the aftermath would reach the sky. If the power was really strong, it could directly break through the atmosphere. There was only one word to describe it, and that was trapped beast deathmatch. I see. Looks like you want to die together with me, Flaulos said mockingly. In such a confined space, no matter if Flaulos's dark light ball exploded or acted as a light cannon, the end result would be him being injured or even killed. Even with the top as a vent, no, it should be because of this vent that the aftermath of the damage would spread to the demon god pillar that reached the sky. Wu Ming smiled. Then I'm sorry. You think too much. Then, Wu Ming waved one hand and a few weapons appeared behind Wu Ming. I just don't want my attack to hurt Tachika. Chapter 542. At that moment, Wu Ming looked like Gilgamesh who was using the gate of Babylon. However, the only difference was that the 5 armies were not lined up side by side behind Wu Ming. Dozens of glowing weapons floated around Wu Ming like stars surrounding the moon, wrapping around Wu Ming. There were many types of weapons, such as discs, javelins, long sticks, short sticks, trident spears, giant swords, whiplocks, giant hammers, bows and arrows, and so on. Wu Ming waved his hands, and the weapons around him seemed to be pulled as they rotated slowly. Flaulos, on the other hand, began to guard against Wu Ming's meaningless attack. What do you mean? Demon god pillar Flaulos's voice sounded a little frightened. Although it was not afraid of Wu Ming's tricks, it had no choice as the sun's incarnation had scared it. After all, the sun was not a trick, but a killer move that could be fatal. In the big hole in Winterwood City, Wu Ming's son made Flaulos suffer. In the end, Flaulos's body could not take it anymore, so Lev came out to replace it. In the end, Lev was also tortured by Wu Ming's flame until he fainted. After all, Wu Ming's sun incarnation was an inextinguishable flame. Almost nothing could extinguish the sun incarnation that Wu Ming used. You're just bluffing. Don't try to scare me, Flaulos roared. Its eyes bulged slightly, and the dark light ball in front of it doubled in size. Although that was what it said, to make Flaulos so angry, it was obvious that it had been suppressed. Wu Ming could see through its trick of using anger to cover up its fear. To put it simply, Flaulos was actually deceiving itself. Indeed, this body does not have the ability to deal with you, but don't forget about the Holy Grail. As he said that, Wu Ming took out the Holy Grail that he had obtained in Denver from his precious artifact space. Difficult. Flaulos recalled the fear of being dominated by the sun. Through the connection between the demon god pillars and his own intelligence, ability, Flaulos naturally knew how demon god Shuteng, who had fused with the demon god pillar, died. The sun. With the blessing of the sun god given by Wu Ming through Tamamonome and the Holy Grail as a medium, Wu Ming successfully summoned the sun incarnation. As if expelling all darkness, the incomparably dazzling sunlight illuminated the earth, and the world fell into white. This was the last scene that Flaulos saw through demon god Shuteng's perspective. Then, it was like a broken string, and nothing else could be seen. Flaulos was very sure that it was the sun that had once ravaged him, but fortunately, it seemed that this move could only be used once. The blessing of the sun god had been completely used up. Since then, I have been paying attention to you. You didn't receive the blessing of the sun god at all. Flaulos roared. The funny thing was that he could have released his sure-kill dark light ball directly. While Wu Ming was still talking to Flaulos, he could have killed Wu Ming. However, Flaulos was already terrified. Looking weak on the outside was not scary, But the pain in his heart was fatal. I'm not going to use that move. Just as you said, I don't have the blessing of the Sun God as a medium anymore. Wu Ming smiled and shook his head. However, Wu Ming's smile was incomparably terrifying in Floro's eyes. Ah 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 ah. With a roar, the dark light ball in front of the demon god pillar exploded instantly, forming a huge dark light beam that swept towards Wu Ming. However, facing Floro's light beam, Wu Ming was not nervous at all. Didn't you say that I was scaring you? Then, whether I'm scaring you or not, it's up to you to try it yourself, Floros. As he spoke, the weapons that were emitting golden light around Wu Ming instantly gathered together and integrated into the holy grail that Wu Ming was holding. Swoosh, dong. The huge light beam instantly covered Wu Ming, but the light beam did not stop. Instead, it exploded towards the back and instantly hit the defensive light wall formed by Wu Ming's noble artifact. There was a huge collision sound. At this moment, a light beam that was extremely small compared to the light beam shot out from the demon god pillar and soared into the sky. Then, the light beam slashed from top to bottom, quickly and fiercely, and Floro's light beam was split apart. After the light beam disappeared, Wu Ming's figure appeared. Not only was he unscathed, but the holy grail in his hand was also gone. Instead, there was a holy sword that was similar to the sword of victory, but more elegant and powerful. What? Floros was horrified. It could not accept and was not willing to accept this result. That's the power of our king. How could you dissolve it so easily? Floros could no longer calm down. That sword, where did it come from? As if all eyes were about to pop out, countless eyes looked at the holy sword in Wu Ming's hand. I don't need to say anything more to you, Floros. As he spoke, Wu Ming raised the holy sword in his hand and injected magical power into it. The holy sword erupted with holy thunder and unprecedented light. It was an ultimate power that seemed to be able to split a star. Even the invincible light film formed by the armor could not completely block such power because it was not a damage. Just like that, the power that could split a star seeped outside. In an instant, the ground of the singularity let out a sorrowful cry and the sky was shrouded by dark clouds. Gudazi, who felt uneasy, did not want to leave no matter what. She insisted on waiting not far away. She was waiting for the disaster to end, or waiting for the disaster to come. Inside the invincible light film formed by the armor. Damn the dragon of origin. Floros seemed to have known his ending. He was not willing to accept his end and launched an attack. Compared to the beginning, the number and quality of tentacles were one step higher. The heat ray that was comparable to the holy sword and the demon mist that was so dark that it made people tremble were all attacking Wu Ming. The price that Floros paid for releasing these super powerful attacks was that the entire body of the demon god pillar had shrunk by at least 3 times. At that moment, the demon god pillar was like a bamboo pole that was about to die. However, Wu Ming did not care about it at all. Before these attacks arrived, Wu Ming only slashed in the direction of Floros. In an instant, the power that could split a star turned into a light beam that was even bigger than the one released by the demon god pillar. Looking at this power that could definitely destroy Gaia, Floros finally understood why Wu Ming used the invincible defense to trap them one by one. It was not that he wanted to use the power of the demon god pillar to perish together, but Wu Ming was afraid of hurting this land, this singularity. Floros had no doubt that Wu Ming's move could directly break this singularity. Then, Floros did not know what happened. Because the power of the holy sword that could split a star had already covered it. In the outside world, Gudazi's face was gloomy. Behind her stood a group of followers. Everyone looked nervously at the transparent barrier not far away that was covered in white. Ka Rong raised his head and looked at the light beam that had already rushed out of the sky. He felt the magic power that could break the barrier and let out a sigh of relief. It seems that he is hiding an unimaginable identity. Chapter 543. The reason why Karen was relieved was because the beam of light was gradually weakening. Because if the intensity just now continued, Karen believed that this singularity would probably explode. If there was space, the energy would rush out of the atmosphere and enter space. But unfortunately, There was no space here. After all, this was a singularity that was out of human nature. In other words, this was actually an independent subspace. And subspace, there was no universe. In fact, it was because Wu Ming finally thought of this that he gradually weakened the beam of light. Not to mention the servants, Gudazi and Matthew were doomed. Did they really think that the power of time and space was illusory? As mentioned before, if Wu Ming didn't have the Dragon of Origin's racial talent of time and space, he wouldn't dare to travel through time and space at will. Gem Wu Ming also relied on the records of his existence in each world, and combined with the second law to be able to travel through parallel worlds. And like Rick's world and the world of the Godslayer, there were no records of Gem Wu Ming's existence. This was also one of the reasons why Gem Wu Ming couldn't come to other worlds and could only travel through parallel worlds. Back to the main topic, after Wu Ming destroyed the demon god pillar, the invincible light wall around him automatically disintegrated and turned back into armor on Wu Ming's body. The sky and the earth also returned to their original state, and the mournful cry disappeared. And the place that was originally covered by the invincible light film was now 3 feet underground. It couldn't be helped, Wu Ming's beam of light didn't only extend upward, but also underground. It could be said that if Wu Ming didn't deliberately leave the sky and didn't create a sealed space, the earth would have been penetrated by now. Of course, the result of this singularity was the destruction of the singularity. He didn't care about the hole in the earth that he created. After all, the singularity would automatically repair the place that was different from the original work. Regarding the singularity's automatic repair of everything that happened in the singularity, Wu Ming actually knew about that drawback. Those who were killed by servants would not be resurrected after the singularity was restored. Instead, after the singularity was restored, the world would modify them to be killed by bandits. After all, a person's life and death wasn't something that a mere world could casually interfere with. Or rather, in the eyes of the world, those who were killed were already dead. The only thing that was fixed was the process of being killed. The result wouldn't change. Wu Ming guessed that Gudazi and the others still didn't know about this. Wu Ming didn't think that Roman would be so heartless to tell them this fact. It was a sad story. Immediately after, Wu Ming discovered Gudazi and the others not far away. Wu Ming flew towards Gudazi and the others. Assassin. Gudazi rushed into Wu Ming's arms and hugged Wu Ming's neck with tears in her eyes. Wu Ming was so scared that he could only let go of the holy sword in his hand and let it float beside Wu Ming, while Wu Ming's hands hugged Gudazi. Ah! Wu Ming gently patted the little girl's back. He was a little confused for a moment. What's going on? At this time, Charon stood up. Master, she has been worried about you, and she doesn't want to leave. Charon laughed helplessly. In fact, when Gudazi wanted to stay in the beginning, Charon was opposed to it. After all, even if all their servants died here, they couldn't let Gudazi get hurt. Just as Charon was about to take Gudazi away, Matthew took the lead and stood up. I believe in Senpai, and I also believe in Senpai. Charon was stunned by that pair of noble and flawless eyes. Then, more servants voted, and the result was that they basically stood on Gudazi's side. I don't think my friend will lose. I've even lent him all my weapons. It was not easy for me to defeat Hector again. I did not come here to escape. The Apache gods will protect him. I was ordered by that man to protect Tachika. Even if I am a hunter, I will not go back on my words. My husband will be fine. Migu Tilda, it was him who woke me up from being influenced by the president's power. I will support him. These were the thoughts of the servants who directly chose to stay, but the servants who indirectly chose to stay were more strange. Xiaolu will stay. I will stay too. Anjan Sama will stay. I will stay too. Edison Sama is also enlightened. In that case, I will stay too. Demon God Pillar is a virus. It needs to be eliminated. Ah, so troublesome, I have to stay too. Well, I will accompany the ladies. Of course, there were a lot of strange reasons, but it could be said that except for Charon, all the servants directly or indirectly chose to stay with Gudazi. But what could Charon do? He could not beat up these servants who protected Gudazi and take away Gudazi, so he could only stay together. Although he did not believe in Wu Ming, but as the wise one in the team, He always had to consider the safety of the general. In that case, let's wait here together. In the end, Charon also cast his almost useless vote. Thinking of the vote just now, Charon felt powerless. In short, Senpai is very worried about Senpai. Matthew looked at Gudazi in Wu Ming's arms. At this moment, she felt that her senpai was an ordinary little girl. Wu Ming could only smile helplessly. Then Wu Ming patted Gudazi's little head. Have you forgotten that I'm not dead? Even if this spirit base is gone, my body is still intact. However, Gudazi raised her head from Wu Ming's arms and looked at Wu Ming with tears in her eyes. But I am just worried about you. This scene made Kiyohime and Tamamonome show signs of anger, but they were held down by Elizabeth, Helena, and others. You little girl. Wu Ming didn't know what to say, and could only pinch Gudazi's little nose. Just like the weather in June, Gudazi's tearful face instantly turned into a smiling face. Holding Gudazi like this, Wu Ming began to ask about business. By the way, how far did you push Rome's forces? How did they summon the demon god pillar directly? Let me answer this question. At this time, a weak voice came. It was no doubt Roman. Roman? Has Chaldea replied already? That's fast. Wu Ming complained. How can it not be fast? Da Vinci is exhausted. At this time, Olga Marie's figure was suddenly projected on the side. Chapter 544. Hey! Isn't this Olga? Long time no see. Wu Ming warmly greeted Olga Marie. Wu Ming also vaguely saw the poor Roman who was knocked to the ground. Hey? Director, you finally came out. Gudazi was surprised by Olga Marie's appearance. How long have you been in your room? You don't even have a sense of presence. Wu Ming complained in his heart. While Wu Ming and Gudazi were warmly greeting each other, Olga Marie was blushing at the moment. Of course, the blushing was not caused by the greeting between the two. You two guys. How long do you want to hug me? At this time, Wu Ming realized that he was still hugging Gudazi. If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten, and Gudazi also just realized this problem, unhurriedly got down from Wu Ming's arms. Although the two seemed to be very close, in fact, the relationship between Wu Ming and Gudazi was not like what Olga Marie thought. Gudazi has always regarded Wu Ming as a reliable person like a brother, not a lover's attachment, and Wu Ming only regarded Gudazi as a sister, the kind that was quite doting. In fact, neither Wu Ming nor Gudazi realized that since they met, the affection between the two sides was getting deeper and deeper, and this affection was not love or friendship, but kinship and so on. What's wrong with a brother and sister hugging? However, this was not the case for Olga Marie, who didn't know very much. In her eyes, it was just a matter of her subordinate hooking up with her personal servant. Humph. You are my servant, don't casually contact other masters, Olga Marie said angrily. However, it seemed that the only other master was Gudazi. Yes, my master. Olga Marie, then, can you tell me what happened? Olga Marie's face was red, and then she began to tell her story. After all, it was not a long story. Olga Marie only spent about 2 minutes to finish it. After Gudazi and the others met up with Edison, they came here and launched an attack on the Roman side. Of course, after all, it was to cover the action of Wu Ming and others. The servants only made a little move, basically relying on Edison's mechanical infantry to fight with Rome's soldiers. However, they didn't see any Roman servants, and the mechanical infantry with the help of the servants naturally defeated the Rome soldiers. In the end, they found that there were almost no Roman soldiers coming out of the city. Everyone stopped and began to discuss. Some people proposed to directly enter the city to retrieve the Holy Grail, but more people thought Wu Ming's plan, including Gudazi. After all, Gudazi knew that she could use the Holy Grail to summon the demon god pillar, so she was more worried that Rome would directly summon the demon god pillar if he was forced into a corner. After this news was told to everyone, those who proposed to directly attack the city were silent. By the way, Olga Marie also supported the attack. When she talked about this matter, her face was red. After all, the demon's pillar was not a joke. If it appeared now, the servants would not be able to stop it. Olga Marie was not here, But Gudazi was in danger. Just when everyone was ready to retreat, the demon's pillar suddenly appeared in the city and began to destroy the people and things around it. And for some reason, the demon's pillar was like a joke, passively led by everyone. But this was also good. In this way, Gudazi and others could go and search for survivors. However, from the tentacles that attacked Gudazi and others, it could be seen that the demon's pillar was indeed playing, it was waiting. And after Wu Ming's arrival, the demon's pillar no longer paid attention to other people's reactions. That person was most likely Wu Ming. Fortunately, the demon's pillar and Wu Ming's conversation was communicated through a special magic transmission. After all, if the demon's pillar really spoke by itself, with its size, the sound was enough to be heard by all the servants here. Although Floros was a demon's pillar, it was not a guy who was willing to let others listen to it. Otherwise, it would have already spoken. Why wait until Wu Ming's arrival to talk to Wu Ming? And Wu Ming, who thought of Floros, looked at Matthew. Matthew. Wu Ming looked at Matthew with some hesitation. Senior, do you have anything else? Matthew looked at Wu Ming. Although it was Wu Ming who spoke first, Wu Ming was silent. Shaking his head, Wu Ming decided to speak. Floros, Orlev is a little obsessed with you. Hey! Wu Ming's words not only made Matthew stunned, but even the surrounding servants and Gudazi were puzzled. Wu Ming used his mental power to see Floros' behavior that could be said to be targeting Matthew, coupled with the other party's anger towards Chaldea, and Matthew's identity as a test tube baby. Wu Ming could almost guess something. Although no one mentioned Matthew's identity as a test tube baby, Wu Ming's eyesight could still see that Matthew was a little different. Nothing, I'm just guessing, don't mind it. Wu Ming immediately laughed and shook his head. This caused everyone to be confused. But Matthew was thinking about something. It seemed that she had some feelings in her heart. In order to avoid an awkward silence, Achilles spoke. To be able to get rid of that special demon god pillar, you really are the one who forced me to a dead end, Sodric. Achilles laughed like a bandit and put his arm around Wu Ming's shoulder. Just now when Wu Ming and the demon god pillar Floros were fighting, Achilles, who defeated Hector, drove his chariot over. However, looking at the injury on his heel, history had probably repeated itself, and Hector had broken his immortality. However, Hector once again repeated history and left the arena after a one-on-one fight with Achilles. Oh no! After being reminded by Achilles, Wu Ming suddenly thought of something. What's wrong? Gudazi looked at Wu Ming. At this time, Roman's weak voice came. That. Your holy grail hasn't been recovered yet. Everyone was silent. It seemed to be true, because everyone ignored this matter because of the interaction between Wu Ming and Gudazi, and Wu Ming just happened to see Gudazi when he was putting away the armor, and flew down before he had time to recover it. Ahem. I'll go retrieve it now. Wu Ming smiled awkwardly and prepared to fly over. But unfortunately, the place where the demon god pillar was previously located, which was the current huge pit, suddenly erupted with a pillar of magic energy that soared to the sky. Ooh! Wu Ming covered his head with a headache. This was great, this was bad. Chapter 545. Wu Ming told Karen and others to take Gudazi to the distance. Some of the servants knew that they were not strong, so they spontaneously acted as Gudazi's guards. There were some who were forced to stay by Gudazi's side, such as Nightingale. As for the willful Xiao Yu, who wanted to go with Wu Ming, she was dismissed by Wu Ming's words, a virtuous wife must first be obedient. The remaining servants followed Wu Ming to the giant pit to see the situation. Achilles was driving the chariot, and Wu Ming, Rama, and Karen were standing on the chariot. Only Atalanta was not weak, but she did not follow them. Wu Ming said half-jokingly, "We men are enough. Tachika will be taken care of by you women." These words made Robin Hood and Billy Boy blush with shame. But Geronimo did not care about these things. So, Wu Ming, Karen, and Rama, along with Achilles, sat on his chariot and flew to the center of the giant pit to see the situation. The giant magic pillar that was visible to the naked eye just now was completely gone at this moment. Because of this, they dared to come to the center to see the situation. The reason was quite simple. Being able to withstand fire damage did not mean that they had to bear it when the fire was burning. They could wait for the fire to extinguish before taking action. Wu Ming and others also saw that the magic pillar disappeared and rushed over. However, the disappearance of the magic pillar did not mean that the magic in the giant pit disappeared. Wu Ming and the others could clearly feel the huge source of mana below them. They were certain that the owner of that mana was below them. But because there was still residual magic and dust, and the magic source at the bottom of the giant pit was constantly emitting magic, coupled with the darkness in the pit, everyone could hardly see the bottom. Karen began to use clairvoyance to carefully look below, but the magic in the giant pit blocked Karen's clairvoyance, so he could not see clearly. This is bad. The other party is at least as strong as Achilles, or even stronger. We can't go down rashly. Although Karen's words made Achilles very unhappy, they were the truth. Achilles could only smack his lips. Rama also frowned. That magic power makes me feel uneasy. It's a feeling of being restrained. Wu Ming's face, on the other hand, did not change in the slightest. Looking at the dark crater below, Wu Ming sensed a familiar power. The master of that power was the servant that Wu Ming had seen before, the destroyer of civilization, Attila, the Han king. In fact, if he thought about it carefully, it made sense. The other party's noble phantasm was the divine sword of the Roman god of war. It was not strange for him to be related to the Roman forces. Seems like it's an old rival. Achilles, Karen, Rama, wait for me here. I'll go down myself. The three of them looked at Wu Ming with surprise, but considering Wu Ming's current state, they calmed down. The armor that originally separated from his body was once again attached to his body, leaving only his head exposed. Wu Ming's magic power constantly circulated on the armor, making it look even more holy. Similarly, Wu Ming's holy sword, Divine Blade of Salvation, was once again held in Wu Ming's hand. Pure magic power was also circulating on the sword. Just one strike was enough to make the demon god pillar retreat. The lightning and radiance of this holy sword left an incomparably deep impression on Karen and the others. It could be said that if Wu Ming said that he could defeat the servant in the giant pit, Karen and the others would not think that Wu Ming was lying. It could not be helped, the divine blade of salvation was just that powerful. I really did not expect my friend to have such a deep connection with me. My noble phantasm actually drew out your noble phantasm. Rama's face revealed a strange expression. The various types of weapons that were floating around Wu Ming were actually Rama's rarely used noble phantasm, Vishen Bhuja. It was a class A noble phantasm that had once received the legendary materialization of the holy god's weapon. It then formed the appearance of Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon. Of course, unlike Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon, Rama's weapon did not exceed 50 pieces. It was not realistic to want to use it as a cannon. Moreover, just penetrating Brahmastra was enough for Rama, which was why Rama rarely used this noble phantasm. When he walked out of Demetrius's portal, Wu Ming borrowed this rarely used noble phantasm from Rama. This was because Wu Ming needed an insurance that could defeat everything. Since the Sun God's blessing and the Holy Grail could draw out one of Wu Ming's noble phantasm, the Sun Incarnation, it was not impossible to use the Vishen Bhuja and the Holy Grail to draw out the Divine Blade of Salvation. After all, the Divine Blade of Salvation was the Manchala formation that the gods created for Rama, the last king. Although Rama in this world was not given almost all weapons by the gods, he had a weapon that was given by the Holy God. It could be said that Rama's Vishen Bhuja was the Divine Blade of Salvation of the God-Slayer world on the other side of the Shape Moon world. Although the difference in power between the two was not small, it was not a problem to use the Vishen Bhuja as a holy relic to summon the divine blade of salvation that Wu Ming inherited from the last king. Rama, if it's you, you should be able to feel the power inside, right? As he spoke, Wu Ming placed the divine blade of salvation in front of his chest. Rama nodded. Because of the connection, Rama could clearly see the Manchala formation in the divine blade of salvation, as well as the endless number of weapons. It was also because of this that Rama took the opportunity to understand some of Wu Ming's information that outsiders did not know. Although he could not understand most of the information like Stheno and Tamamonome, Rama still understood a lot. Currently, Rama only knew that Wu Ming defeated the last king Rama in the alternate world and inherited the last king's position to obtain the divine blade of salvation. Although Rama's expression was a little strange after knowing that he was in the alternate world and not a parallel world, after all, his alternate world self was indeed a little strange. If that's the case, then I won't say anything more. Karen gave up on nagging. He could only say that he was used to nagging as a teacher, TSK. Although I'm not happy, if we follow him down, we might become a burden. Achilles was being frank for once. Don't worry, I'll take care of the enemy. With a confident smile, Wu Ming closed his helmet. His dragon horns emitted a holy cold light under the sun. With a light leap, Wu Ming flipped over and turned into a silver ray of light, falling into the bottomless pit. Chapter 546. In the giant pit, Wu Ming felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. Darkness without light shrouded him. That's strange. Wu Ming used his mental power to examine the unfathomable bottom and frowned in thought. With Wu Ming's flying speed, he should have reached the core of the earth by now. Besides, Wu Ming speculated that the giant pit was not that deep. This was almost a small world of its own. Could it be an inherent enchantment? Wu Ming thought as his magical power surged onto the blade of the divine blade of salvation. The divine blade of salvation was still capable of breaking through with brute force. Just then, a ray of light lit up from the bottom of the abyss. The dazzling light instantly covered Wu Ming. Wu Ming subconsciously closed his eyes. Then, Wu Ming felt his feet touching the ground. Wu Ming opened his eyes and found that everything in front of him had changed. Grassland. After a moment of surprise, Wu Ming quickly calmed down. Wu Ming was now standing on a vast grassland. Feeling the breeze brushing his cheeks, the fragrance of the grass at his feet, and the narrow magical power space, Wu Ming was almost certain that this was an inherent enchantment. After removing the restrictions of the helmet, Wu Ming's short hair swayed with the breeze. Wu Ming took 2 steps forward, came to a small mound, and began to investigate. Unfortunately, even so, there was still an endless grassland around and in the distance. Just then, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from afar. Wu Ming looked at the black dot in the distance that gradually grew bigger, and his eyes condensed magical power. He saw that the black dot that was gradually approaching was a dark-skinned girl riding a horse. It was the Hun king that Wu Ming fought, the war god girl Attila. Although the girl was expressionless, Wu Ming could see a trace of joy in the girl's eyes. She was enjoying the joy of galloping on the prairie, just like a true child of the prairie. Very soon, Attila approached Wu Ming on her fine horse. Then, as if she couldn't see Wu Ming, she galloped past Wu Ming. Wu Ming looked suspiciously at Attila, who had already left behind him. Then, he squatted down and grabbed a handful of green grass. So that's how it is. Wu Ming stood up and turned to look at the girl who was leaving. He suddenly understood. This place was not purely an inherent barrier. As everyone knew, the inherent enchantment was the manifestation of one's mind, and it was used to influence the world. At this moment, even though the grassland here was also considered a physical object, to be more specific, it was an incomparably clear illusion. Wu Ming looked at the grass in his hand. The grass had already disappeared like smoke. A scene between a soul image and an inherent barrier. Then, it shouldn't be an inherent barrier that Attila released on her own initiative, right? Looking at Attila, who was gradually turning into a black dot, Wu Ming pondered. This is probably Attila's memories from when she was a Hun. Wu Ming guessed correctly. Just like how servants and masters would dream of each other's experiences, this was Attila's dream. Originally, because Attila was too dangerous, Romulus used the Holy Grail to seal Attila. Because she was sealed by the Holy Grail, Attila had always been in a state of unconsciousness and dreaming. Because the demon god pillar was destroyed, and the Holy Grail was not taken away, Attila relied on the Holy Grail to continue dreaming. After all, Attila was also affected, which was why she was in a state of half-awake. The previous demon god pillar had erupted because of this. Of course, Wu Ming naturally didn't know about this. Wu Ming guessed that Attila was used as a sacrifice to summon the demon god pillar. Then, after the demon god pillar was destroyed, Attila had this incomplete dream because of the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail made this dream incomplete, and Wu Ming happened to intrude, seeing the scene of the girl galloping on the grassland. No matter what the reason was, Attila didn't come out of the huge pit because of the dream, but instead stayed in the huge pit. But at this time, the surrounding environment suddenly began to change. As if it was distorted, except for Wu Ming himself, the space was in chaos. Wu Ming didn't feel any danger, so he didn't move, calmly waiting. Immediately, the space began to recover, but looking at the color, it shouldn't be a grassland anymore. This time, Wu Ming's surroundings turned into a narrow stone room. This narrowness was naturally not from his perspective, but from the girl who occupied most of the space in this stone room. The huge white-haired girl was lying on a stone bed in the middle of the stone room, with a smile on her face as she fell into a deep sleep. Although the stone room was narrow, it was just enough for this giant girl to sleep, so it didn't seem too crowded. Thus, Wu Ming had enough space to stand. The smiling giant girl sleeping was Attila. Wu Ming, on the other hand, didn't have any thoughts of Attila. That three-nothingness actually knows how to smile. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this enormous Attila wasn't the girl who had galloped on the grassland just now. The two were definitely related, just like how Wu Ming used his dependents to create a clone. But a clone was a clone, and couldn't become Wu Ming's main body. Wu Ming felt that the giant girl in front of him and Attila the Hun had a relationship similar to that of a main body and a clone. At this time, the eyelids of the giant girl lying on the stone bed moved. In the next second, the girl opened her eyes. The giant girl sat up slowly, showing a sitting posture of a young girl. Wu Ming and the giant girl didn't speak. Both of them stared at each other calmly. However, Wu Ming saw joy in the giant girl's eyes. Wu Ming could see that it was the joy of someone finally came, or no longer alone. In this way, Wu Ming would be able to know a little. Even if the giant girl had been sleeping in this stone room for a long time, "If you don't say anything, I'm going to leave," Wu Ming suddenly said. Wait a minute." The giant girl's gentle voice came, as if she was afraid of scaring Wu Ming. But even so, Wu Ming could hear the anxiety and worry in the girl's voice. Wu Ming smiled. "Don't worry, I'm just kidding." After hearing Wu Ming's words, the giant girl breathed a sigh of relief. Then, as if she had been enlightened, the giant girl realized that she had been fooled. She looked at Wu Ming with her small face, if she had a normal body shape. However, Wu Ming still didn't see anger, resentment, or any other negative emotions in her eyes. Her eyes were still filled with joy and surprise. Sorry, I apologize. It's my fault." Wu Ming smiled and apologized to the giant girl. "It's nothing. Actually, as the master, I should have spoken first." As if she thought of something, the giant girl lowered her head and stopped looking at Wu Ming. There was a trace of fear in her eyes. It was nothing else but the fear that others might be afraid of her. Wu Ming's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, then he smiled. "Who do you think I am? Something that can make me afraid hasn't been born yet." Then, under the giant girl's surprised gaze, Wu Ming walked to the giant girl's lap and sat down cross-legged. Chapter 547. The giant girl was quite surprised by Wu Ming's bold behavior, but she didn't chase away Wu Ming who was sitting on her lap. Instead, she lowered her head and talked to Wu Ming. Wu Ming told Attila his name, and Attila also told her her name. However, Wu Ming was quite familiar with this girl. At least, he knew her name long ago. Because Wu Ming had seen this giant girl in the origin of the M-shaped moon world. The Star Scout, the destroyer of civilization, the giant god Attila. This explained why Wu Ming said to Attila to dream peacefully back in Winterwood City. But Wu Ming always felt that the name Attila wasn't her real name. After all, this name was the same as the Hun King. Or was the Hun King's name based on Attila's name? Both are possible. But it didn't matter. A name was just a code name. Wu Ming had many names, such as Vilo, Sodlek, Hyun Ryong, and Selander. Although there was a name that wasn't really a name. If it weren't for the fact that Wu Ming was his original name, Wu Ming wouldn't have chosen this name as his real name. After all, to the root of origins dragons, names, and whatnot meant nothing. Just like that, Wu Ming and Attila chatted like a pair of close friends. They got a lot of information from Wu Ming, or rather, it was Attila who took the initiative to tell Wu Ming. After all, although Wu Ming had once soaked in the origin of the M-shaped moon world, Wu Ming didn't use the origin to investigate the information of the M-shaped moon world. Naturally, he wasn't very clear about Attila's situation. This stone room was actually the control room of a spaceship in the core of the moon. Attila's stone bed was the control panel, and Attila herself was the control lever. However, she couldn't activate the spaceship because she was trapped in this place. Although Attila didn't care much about her personal freedom, she still couldn't activate the spaceship. As for why Wu Ming was here, it was because of Attila. Attila was actually an avatar of Attila on Earth. Under normal circumstances, if Attila fell asleep, he would be dreaming of Attila or dreaming of other dreams. By the way, do you remember the last time we met in Winterwood City? Wu Ming asked curiously. Of course I remember. After all, that was the first time someone cared about me, Attila said with a happy smile on his face. Attila's reply stunned Wu Ming. Just a simple conversation triggered by knowing a little about Attila's situation made Attila so happy that someone cared about her. How lonely would she have to be to say something like that? That was 14,000 years of loneliness. How did Attila, who had gained sentient personality, endure it? It was just a dream. Apart from the few times when he dreamt of Attila the heroic spirit, he dreamt more of what Wu Ming saw just now. Galloping freely on the endless grassland, without restraint, without harm. Feeling a slightly sad atmosphere in the stone room, Attila quickly changed the topic and began to talk about Attila's singularity in the United States. Because the Magic King sent a new Holy Grail, along with Romulus-linked summoning, many servants who were more or less related to Rome were summoned. Including Attila, the Hun who held the war god's sword of Mars. And because of Attila's reluctance to destroy and Romulus's fear, before she was fully summoned, she was detected by Romulus and sealed with the Holy Grail. Of course, if Attila resisted, she could have broken free at the beginning of the seal, but Attila, or Attila's heart, didn't want to destroy it. Attila's identity was an alien cosmic destruction weapon that destroyed planets. She was originally emotionless. But because Attila would absorb the technology, knowledge, and civilization of the destroyed planets, the result was that she became quite gentle, tolerant, and pure. Obviously, the civilization of the last planet that Attila destroyed must be an intellectual system full of motherhood and love. In the beginning of the conversation with Attila, Wu Ming felt that Attila was a lively girl full of excitement. But after chatting for a long time, Wu Ming felt that Attila was a gentle woman full of motherhood and the calmness and tolerance of an elder. It felt like she had multiple personalities. In fact, Wu Ming's guess was not wrong. According to Attila herself, she had 3 personalities, but these 3 personalities were not mixed. Instead, they were clearly independent of each other. At the beginning, there was the side of a young girl, the side of an intellectual, motherly, and tolerant goddess, and the side of a follower, or heroic spirit, Attila, a cold and fearsome warrior side. This was why Wu Ming could immediately feel that Attila had multiple personalities. Attila's personalities were clearly separated and were relatively easy to distinguish. It could be said that Attila the giant had the calmness and tolerance of an elder, the illusory and loneliness of a lonely position, and the calmness and coldness of an invader. However, these personalities would change according to the people or things that she faced. Just like Attila, who was frightened at the beginning, that was the delicate and cute side of a young girl. After interacting with Wu Ming for a while, Attila showed the motherly, intellectual, gentle, and tolerant side of a goddess. As for the warrior side of Attila, it would basically no longer appear in her original body. It would only appear in Attila as a heroic spirit. Afterwards, Wu Ming asked how he came here. Actually, I pulled your spiritual body here, Attila said with some embarrassment. Her current shy appearance should be that of a young girl. According to Attila, when Attila was sealed by the Holy Grail and brought into the demon god Pillar's body, the seal was still stable. Attila used Attila's identity to dream of galloping on the grasslands. Afterwards, when Wu Ming got rid of the demon god Pillar, The powerful force destroyed part of the Holy Grail's seal on Attila. As a result, it created a strange area under the huge crater that was neither an environment nor an inherent barrier. It was in between the two. And Wu Ming just happened to enter Attila's dream. Attila was indeed unable to discover Wu Ming's existence, but Attila did. Therefore, Attila directly used the Holy Grail and that special area to pull Wu Ming's spiritual body to the spaceship in the center of the moon. According to Attila, it was like this. Because Wu Ming, you have been releasing your spiritual power roughly, I thought you were asking me to pull you here. Attila had a careful expression on her face. She was afraid of making Wu Ming unhappy. Wu Ming smiled helplessly. It turned out that his spiritual power that was only used for investigation had become a burden. He had to train it properly in the future. And at this time, Wu Ming thought of something. My use of spiritual power is rough. Does Attila have any methods to help train spiritual power? Immediately, Attila nodded. Wu Ming smiled. This was like a pillow when he was sleepy. Chapter 548. According to Attila, the previous civilization she destroyed was actually a civilization that developed spiritual power. This was in line with the development of the intellectual system that was full of motherhood and love. After all, people with gentle hearts often had strong spiritual power. He had never seen Attila use such power before, but that was only because spiritual power was useless to her, which was why she almost didn't use it. After all, the giant god was an existence that used brute force to break through technique, so why would he bother with those empty things? Following that, with Attila's rough guidance, Wu Ming easily learned the use of spiritual power and other branches of it. For example, telekinesis now. Wah! Attila shouted in a panic because she had left the stone bed and was floating in the stone room. Even so, the stone room didn't seem crowded, as if it could adjust the internal space according to Attila. I see. The use of spiritual power is so simple, Wu Ming said with a smile as he looked at Attila, who was floating in the air under his telekinesis playfully. Then, Attila felt as if a pair of hands were touching her skin. She knew that it was Wu Ming's telekinesis. Although she didn't hate it, she didn't like it when invisible things were messing around on her skin. Because, Wu Ming, your spiritual power is already very strong, and if you don't keep training your spiritual power, even if it's a very crude method, to persist, it's still strengthened a lot. It's just that Wu Ming doesn't know how to use it. Even without me, you could have developed to this extent on your own. Attila blushed and stuttered. Attila was right. Wu Ming would take some time to meditate every day, but Wu Ming's initial meditation was just to maintain his sense of self. The root dragon had no lifespan limit, and this way, Wu Ming used meditation to stabilize his youthful heart so that his mentality wouldn't age with age. This was also why Wu Ming, who was almost 100 years old, still had the mindset of a young man and did not have the attitude of an old man at all. Of course, this was the age for ordinary people. After all, 100 years old was a complete underage age for the origin dragon, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a baby. However, Wu Ming's meditation also produced side products, which were the development of mental strength and the purification of mana. Mental power was something that could not be touched. The mental power of the origin dragon, it should be said that it had no shortcomings in any aspect. Therefore, Wu Ming was able to develop mental power during meditation, and it was a very strong mental power developed through rough methods. It couldn't be helped. After all, consolidating a young heart was the main theme of Wu Ming. It was already very good that the spiritual power of a byproduct could reach such a level. No, it should be said that for the origin dragon, such an outcome was normal. The second point was mana purification. As the root dragon, Wu Ming had almost unlimited mana. However, almost unlimited and infinite were two different things. In other words, Wu Ming's mana would also be used up. In this way, there were two solutions. One was to find a way to obtain unlimited mana, and the other was to purify the mana. Wu Ming didn't consider the first point, and chose the second one instead. Because in Wu Ming's opinion, purification of mana was especially important. For example, a relic that required 100 points of mana to release could be released with only 10 points of mana after purification. This effect of getting twice the result with half the effort was what Wu Ming liked to pursue. Wu Ming didn't think that there was truly unlimited mana. The so-called unlimited mana was just the fact that the recovery speed of mana was faster than the consumption, which created the illusion of unlimited mana. However, that was only Wu Ming's guess. Since Wu Ming had doubts about it, he wouldn't choose that path. Instead, he chose to purify mana. Wu Ming's current mana had never been used up. At most, he only used half of it, and that was when he dealt with the last king, Rama. Even then, Wu Ming still won. After defeating the last king, he also gained a lot of benefits, which made Wu Ming even stronger. Therefore, in Wu Ming's opinion, the mana he had was enough. What he needed to do was to improve the quality of the mana. Just like what was mentioned above, a relic that required 100 points of mana to release could be released with only 10 points of mana after purification. What a surprising result! With continuous purification in the future, it might even change from 10 points of mana to 1 point, or even 0 points of mana. Therefore, Wu Ming valued quality and not quantity. In summary, Wu Ming felt that Attila's words were right. However, Wu Ming didn't agree with some of Attila's words. Wu Ming knew himself well. At most, Wu Ming would only use his mental strength to search for enemies. Moreover, he would only use it in such a simple and crude way. This was because Wu Ming didn't want to develop in that direction. Not to mention that Wu Ming had mastered the Lune magic, which was rare even in the Type Moon world. He had also mastered all the magic of the Yggdrasil world tree. Although Wu Ming didn't master many magic spells, after all, he had the nameless spellbook, which was why Wu Ming was lazy. However, the fact that he could use it wouldn't change. Putting aside the martial arts that he had learned from Skaha, apart from magic and magic, Wu Ming's killer move was the god's authority that he had obtained by killing a god. Wu Ming only had a total of 3 authorities. The 12 clones, the Savior Divine Sword, and Ling Zhuzi. Due to Wu Ming's influence, the 12 clones had combined the powers of 2 gods. In addition to the origin baptism, they were the authorities of 12 worlds. They were extremely powerful. The Savior Divine Sword was the divine weapon that Wu Ming had obtained after defeating the last king, Rama, who had killed the god slayers. Apart from that, the Savior Divine Sword contained the reward that the gods had given to the last king for killing the demon king. It was the Mantula formation that contained almost all of the gods' god relics. The Savior Divine Sword was comparable to an EX-level relic and separated into the Mantula formation that contained almost all of the gods' god relics. One could say that it was an alternative Gate of Babylon. Moreover, the Savior Divine Sword had been baptized by the origin baptism. It was no longer an ordinary item and had evolved to a higher level. As for Ling Zhuzi, Wu Ming had not used it for a long time. After all, Nezha's ability was not considered powerful. He was only used as a demonic servant. Therefore, Wu Ming released Nezha when he left the world of the god slayers. Wu Ming had reminded Nezha not to cause any trouble again and again. However, Wu Ming thought it was unbearable. However, he would not care as long as nothing serious happened. Wu Ming was the Lord Demon King who had saved that world. He had even defeated the last king. Wu Ming believed that nobody would disrespect him. All in all, Wu Ming's origin dragon was powerful. Although he had used a weakened servant body many times, Wu Ming did not pay too much attention to his spirit. Because even if it was the body of a servant, it was still powerful enough. However, now that he had the guidance of a master, Wu Ming would definitely obtain new skills with half the effort. As a result, as Attila said, Wu Ming learned very quickly. He stopped teasing Attila and gently put Attila down with his telekinesis. Wu Ming used his telekinesis to lift himself up and reach the state of flight. Although Wu Ming could use mana jet and acceleration to achieve the effect of flight, it was easier to fly with his spirit. After all, Wu Ming had extremely powerful spirit. With just a thought, he could fly without any difficulty. Attila, it's all thanks to you that I can learn so quickly. Wu Ming's words made Attila, whose cheeks were still red, shake his head. Didn't I say that even without me, you can still do it? If that's the case, then I won't say thank you. After all, there's no need to say thank you between real friends. Facing Attila's strength, Wu Ming could only admit defeat. However, Attila was stunned by Wu Ming's words. Friends, at this moment, Attila had an urge to cry. Chapter 549. Obviously, Wu Ming had underestimated Attila's obsession with the word friend. As a result, Attila shed tears of joy in front of Wu Ming. Although Wu Ming could tell that Attila was happy, Wu Ming could only pretend that he did not know. He then began to apologize to make Attila laugh. After all, Wu Ming sympathized with Attila, who had been alone for 14,000 years. However, Attila did not need sympathy. If he sympathized with her, it would be an insult to her. No, it should be said that for anyone who could survive 14,000 years alone and still maintain a gentle character, sympathizing with her was equivalent to insulting her. Therefore, Wu Ming would not sympathize with her. He would only bring her happiness as a friend. As expected, Wu Ming is very gentle. Although Attila said that, he wasn't a fool. Attila had already felt that she was thinking for him. Wu Ming smiled helplessly. As no one had ever treated Attila this way, the warmth that Wu Ming brought to her made her feel extremely gentle. Wu Ming did not think that he was gentle. It was just a necessary concern for a friend. Even if he was really gentle, he would only have feelings for the people he cared about, such as Mayu and the rest. To Attila, who was a stranger not long ago, Wu Ming was not gentle at all. Although he was sorry, it was the truth. However, Wu Ming believed that as time passed, Wu Ming would be able to treat Attila like how he treated Mayu and the rest. Wu Ming was just trying his best to talk to her and bring Attila more new things. Without thinking about it, Wu Ming said to Attila as it was almost time. It's almost time for me to go. After all, Wu Ming had not completed what he needed to do in the Singularity in the United States. The Celtic Holy Grail was still in Maeve's hands and he had to get it. Moreover, there was still a Holy Grail in Wu Ming's relic space. Wu Ming still had to give it to Chaldea. As for the other Holy Grail, Wu Ming's Sword of Salvation was the carrier of that Holy Grail. After Wu Ming finished speaking, Attila looked slightly lonely. Because I pulled your spiritual body here, the flow rate here is completely different from that Singularity. Attila blushed and stuttered as she was afraid that she would anger Wu Ming. When Attila said this, how could Wu Ming not know? Attila just wanted him to stay a little longer and accompany her more. Wu Ming wasn't angry, or rather, it should be said that he shouldn't be angry. After being stunned for a while, Wu Ming smiled. If that's the case, I'll take a break here. After all, this is a rare opportunity to slack off. As Wu Ming spoke, he flew to Attila's lap and lay down again. Attila was not as surprised as she was last time. Instead, she smiled happily. Just like that, Wu Ming and Attila started chatting in the stone room. Although it was called chatting, it was basically Wu Ming talking about his own experiences. Attila was listening, and she would complain about Wu Ming from time to time. Then, she would be teased by Wu Ming. When she realized what was going on, both of them laughed. Then, Wu Ming continued. Attila was lonely. She did not ask for anyone to talk to her. However, she felt very happy to have someone tell her stories. Moreover, this was Wu Ming's story. Attila was very interested in this first friend of hers. After some time, both of them were still in the same mode. One of them was talking, and the other was listening. Suddenly, a hesitant look appeared on Attila's face. Did something happen? Wu Ming immediately noticed Attila's abnormality and asked patiently. It's almost time, Attila said with a hint of sadness in his voice. Wu Ming had a rough idea of the time he was referring to when it was almost time. It was almost time for Wu Ming's spiritual body to disappear. It made sense. Even if the flow of time here was very different from the other side, it was impossible for Wu Ming to stay here forever. After all, Wu Ming was now a spiritual body. But this was also good. After all, Wu Ming's matter at the Singularity was not settled yet. Wu Ming looked at his faintly discernible body, as well as Attila's happy yet lonely eyes, and asked solemnly, Attila, do you want to go to the outside world? Go to the outside world, to see. Attila obviously did not think about this. She was a weapon left behind. Her only purpose was to wait and dream. At least, that was the case for now. Wu Ming read Attila's thoughts as a weapon from her eyes. I don't think a creature with such gentle emotions is a weapon. If that's the case, then this world is too cruel to you. With that said, Wu Ming subconsciously touched his arm as if he was touching something. Wu Ming thought of Enkidu, who willingly followed him. Back then, Wu Ming did not have the ability to fight against the gods, so he could only retreat strategically. Enkidu's soul willingly turned into Heaven Lock and followed Wu Ming. Although Enkidu kept saying that she was a weapon and eventually turned into a weapon, even so, Wu Ming did not think a person with such gentle emotions was a weapon. Even if she was once a weapon and now turned back into a weapon. This principle was the same for Attila. These emotions are just remnants of the previous civilization. I don't have any emotions. With that said, Attila showed a self-deprecating and lonely expression. She slowly lowered her head. I'm just a weapon. I'm the vanguard of the stars, Attila the giant god. Attila lowered her head more and more as she spoke, and her tone became weaker. In the end, Wu Ming could not hear what Attila was saying anymore. Attila was almost burying her head in her chest. Although Attila did not have a chest, cough cough, Wu Ming heard fear in Attila's words. Attila was afraid that Wu Ming would give up on her because of her identity as a weapon. This would cause Attila to lose her only friend. Aren't you looking down on me too much? Wu Ming pretended to be angry. He used his telekinesis to fly up and level with Attila's head. He then used his telekinesis to lift Attila's head. If you think your feelings are so cheap, then I'm really going to be angry. Attila stared at Wu Ming with her big eyes. She did not say anything. Although I've just gotten to know you, Attila, I don't think your feelings are fake. If that's the case, what about our friendship? Wu Ming's words left Attila speechless and dumbfounded. I don't think our feelings are fake. Friendship is not judged by the length of time. Even if it's a short relationship, I think it's your true feelings. Wu Ming said to Attila word by word seriously. Remember, as long as you want freedom, I'll definitely help you. With my original body's ability, I'll definitely be able to free you from here. Wu Ming looked at Attila with firm eyes without a trace of deceit. He spoke his thoughts word by word. Wu Ming did not think that Attila would use her own will to destroy him after being freed because Attila already had feelings. It was a feeling that was both gentle and pure, strong and tolerant. Wu Ming felt that such a Attila was qualified to live in the outside world. Wu Ming. Attila did not know what to say for a moment. Of course, if you're not satisfied, I'll personally capture those wandering stars and let them liberate you and give you freedom. Wu Ming said confidently, giving Attila a feeling of as long as it's him, I'll definitely be able to do it. As the root dragon, Wu Ming naturally had that kind of ability. It was quite difficult now, but when Wu Ming became an adult, it would be very easy. I swear on my identity as the root dragon that as long as you don't give up, our friendship will always exist. Although this was not good for the civilizations that Attila destroyed, the dead were gone. Wu Ming believed that if those good civilizations were still alive, they would definitely forgive such an innocent girl. As for the opinions of those bad civilizations, sorry, so be it if they were destroyed. Thank you, my friend. Attila held Wu Ming in front of her with both hands. Tears flowed down from the corner of her eyes as she smiled happily. Chapter 550. Fifth Singularity, America Continent, a crater near Alexandria. Achilles was driving the chariot, pacing back and forth near the crater, looking extremely frustrated. Charon and Rama on the chariot were also frowning, but they did not dare to act rashly. Because it was too strange, there was no movement from the bottom of the crater. It had been a few minutes since Wu Ming went down. Although they thought that even Wu Ming would not be able to finish the battle in a few minutes, it was too strange that there was no movement at all. Just then, in their magic perception, the magic power in the crater dissipated. Did we win? Ka Rong used his all-seeing eyes and looked down at the area that had become clear. Then, Karen saw a black shadow flying toward the top of the crater, but Karen still could not see who it was. "Get ready." Karen raised his bow. Achilles and Rama nodded their heads and took out their weapons. After all, it would be bad if it was not Wu Ming but an enemy. First, it would mean that Wu Ming had been defeated, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Second, if even Wu Ming could not defeat an enemy, it would be a dead end for them. As time passed, the figure came up. Fortunately, it was Wu Ming, and not an enemy they had never seen before. "It's my friend. Looks like he succeeded." Rama looked at the golden cup in Wu Ming's hand and sighed in relief. Why is he carrying a woman up here? Could it be that the strong enemy below is this woman? Achilles also saw the Holy Grail in Wu Ming's hand, but his eyes were sharper. At the same time, he also saw the girl in the same wedding dress as Wu Ming in Wu Ming's arms. At first, Achilles did not see it. After all, both of them were wearing white, and it was too dazzling to see them together. If it were not for the girl's golden hair dancing with the wind, Achilles would have to wait until Wu Ming got closer to see her. Then, Karen, who was still observing with his eyes wide open, noticed something and immediately cried out. "Wait, what else is coming up?" Just as Karen finished speaking, a white figure suddenly charged out from behind Wu Ming, or perhaps beneath him, from the giant pit. Dong, the white figure jumped onto the ground at the edge of the crater, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. Soon after, the dust settled and the newcomer appeared before the eyes of Ka Rong and the rest. It was a white-haired girl. Most of her skin was exposed in her revealing white ethnic attire. Her tanned skin was in a healthy state, and she held a tricolored sword in her hand. Her eyes were filled with a strong desire to destroy as she stared at Karen and the other two. This person was very dangerous. Be it Karen, Achilles, or Rama, all of them had the same thought. At this moment, Wu Ming also flew up. Wu Ming used his telekinesis to control his body and gently landed beside the white-haired girl. "Attila, calm down," Wu Ming gently said to the white-haired girl. After hearing Wu Ming's words, the white-haired girl nodded without hesitation. The desire in her eyes dissipated, replaced by a dazed look. As for why Attila was so obedient to Wu Ming, it was because this was a gift from Attila to Wu Ming, a friend. "I can't help you now, so I'll let my clone, my dream, help you," Attila said before Wu Ming disappeared. Then, Wu Ming realized that he had obtained a slave who was completely obedient to his orders. Thinking of this, Wu Ming's face showed a speechless expression. So the so-called help was completely obedient to his orders? Wasn't this the same as a weapon? Not noticing Wu Ming's subtle expression, after seeing that Attila was no longer a threat, Achilles and Karen looked at each other and landed. "What's going on? What happened to you down there?" Karen walked down from the chariot and came before Wu Ming, asking in confusion. He could also see that the white-haired girl was no longer an enemy, but the powerful pressure just now still made Karen worried. Achilles and Rama felt the same. It was as if they were facing their natural enemy. "It's like this," Wu Ming looked at Attila, then put the unconscious blonde girl in wedding dress into Achilles' chariot, and at the same time, placed the Holy Grail in the girl's arms, then began to explain. Wu Ming told Karen and the others about how he accidentally entered the incomplete inherent enchantment created by the Holy Grail. Wu Ming did not tell Karen and the others about his dreamlike trip to the moon's spaceship and his encounter with Attila. It was not that Wu Ming did not believe that Karen and the others could not keep a secret, but this matter was not suitable to be told to outsiders. After all, Wandering Star, Giant God, 14,000 years and so on were too mysterious and complicated. It was better to tell a little lie. "This is the Hun King Attila, an old acquaintance and good friend of mine." Then, Wu Ming explained the origin of Attila in a half-true, half-false manner. Due to Attila's strong desire to destroy, she was sealed by the holder of the Holy Grail in Rome, trapped in the Holy Grail. Due to the appearance and death of the demon god Pillar, Attila's seal was broken, and the magic pillar visible to the naked eye just now was Attila releasing the seal, and entering the incomplete inherent enchantment was also Attila's dream. In any case, Achilles and Rama believed that she was sealed. Just like Berserker's desire to destroy, it made them feel like they were facing a great enemy. The golden-haired girl lying on Achilles' chariot was the sacrifice summoned by the demon god Pillar. After the demon god Pillar was destroyed, the girl reappeared. Because she had the support of the Holy Grail by her side, she did not disappear due to excessive weakness. After that, Wu Ming brought the blonde girl with the Holy Grail out of the huge pit with Attila. Because Attila used the method of jumping, she reached the ground one step faster than Wu Ming, who flew up. In short, everything is over. Karen no longer paid attention to the loopholes in Wu Ming's words, giving Wu Ming enough face. After all, Wu Ming was not good at lying. Even if Achilles and Rama were fooled, as a teacher, Karen was not fooled, and teacher Ma was not that naive. Indeed, now that we have the Holy Grail in Maeve's hands, this singularity can be fixed. The four of them heaved a sigh of relief. This singularity was finally over. Let's go back to Tachika's side. Achilles drove the chariot, carrying Karen and Rama, while Wu Ming and Attila walked on the ground. According to Wu Ming's words, "I want to chat with an old friend." But in reality, Wu Ming was afraid that Attila would not be used to riding Achilles' chariot, so Wu Ming felt that it would be better to walk with Attila. And at this moment, a huge amount of magic suddenly condensed in the sky, and a huge circle embedded in the sky appeared in everyone's vision. Immediately, the circle exploded with a powerful magic, and a beam of light descended from the sky, presumably landing at Tachika's place. Chapter 551. Boom! The explosion swept over from Gudaz's direction, and the resulting hurricane lifted a layer of skin from the surrounding ground. Nay, Achilles' 3 immortal horses were blown by the hurricane and let out a difficult cry. The 3 immortal horses held on for a moment, then dragged the empty chariot and was blown into the sky by the hurricane. Of course, it was not that Achilles and the others were blown away by the wind, but because Achilles and the others got off the chariot before it was blown away. Achilles and Rama lay on the ground, while Karen held the unconscious blonde girl and hid behind Achilles and Rama. Wu Ming stood in front of Attila, blocking the hurricane for Attila, and looked at the strange light circle in the sky where the light beam had just been shot. There was no doubt that the explosion and hurricane were caused by the light beam attack. It really is that guy. This is exactly the same as Floro's light beam attack. The guy Wu Ming was talking about was the Magic King. After all, only that guy could set up a huge light circle in the sky of a singularity and launch such a powerful attack. Floros said that he had obtained the power of the king, and the black light beam shot by the dark light ball gave Wu Ming the same feeling as the light beam that fell from the sky just now. While Wu Ming was thinking, in just a few seconds, the hurricane stopped. Wu Ming shook the dust off his body and looked at Attila. "Are you okay?" Attila, who was not stained by a trace of dust, shook her head in the face of Wu Ming's concern. "I can do it myself," Attila said coldly. Attila in her servant form was a cold warrior form, which could also be understood as the 3 nothingness. Wu Ming understood what Attila meant. She was the clone of the giant god Attila, and was not so weak. Even without Wu Ming, she would not be affected by the hurricane. That being said, I think I did the right thing in protecting my friends. Wu Ming smiled, then turned away from Attila and walked towards Ka Rong and the others. Attila stared blankly for a moment, as if attracted by Wu Ming's words. But in an instant, Attila regained her cold and emotionless appearance. However, Attila's gaze remained fixed on Wu Ming. Wu Ming walked over to Karen and helped him up. At the same time, he picked up the golden-haired girl and the Holy Grail. I can only say that he is worthy of being called the Great Sage. Wu Ming's meaning was simple. Karen could have given up on the girl and let her be blown away by the hurricane. "You think too highly of me. I'm only here for the Holy Grail." Karen shook his head with a smile. Although that was what he said, he could have taken the Holy Grail away and only protected it. Instead, he chose to protect the girl as well. No matter what, the result will not change. Wu Ming then looked at Achilles. "Achilles, can you summon your chariot back?" "Of course not," Achilles said unhappily. Of course, Achilles was not unhappy with Wu Ming, but with the sudden attack. After that, Achilles whistled, and the chariot pulled by the 3 immortal gods flew over from the horizon. Wu Ming put the girl and the Holy Grail on the chariot and flew up. Karen, Achilles, Rama, I'll go check the situation first. You guys go with Attila. After that, Wu Ming sped up and flew in the direction of Gudazi. Then, Achilles and Karen got on the chariot. Miss Attila, please come up. Karen said carefully. Attila did not say anything. She nimbly got on the chariot without any hesitation. However, the owner of the chariot, Achilles, looked at Attila full of fighting spirit. He was very interested in this servant who could make him feel pressure. He glared at Achilles, warning him not to cause trouble, and then looked at Rama. King Rama, what's wrong with you? The reason why Karen asked this was because Rama was in a daze. Rama came back to his senses and looked at Karen. Nothing, just a bad premonition suddenly appeared in my heart, as if something is going to happen to Sido. Then Rama shook his head, no longer thinking about the messy things, and got on the chariot. In this way, Achilles reluctantly pulled the 5 servants and began to move in the direction of Wu Ming. On Wu Ming's side, because Wu Ming used magic to assist his mental power to speed up, and the distance between Wu Ming and Gudazi was not far, so in the blink of an eye, Wu Ming arrived at the original gathering place of Gudazi and the servants. At this moment, there was nothing left of what was originally a plain. The grass disappeared, the stones were annihilated, the trees were shattered, and there was no trace of it. It could only be judged by the magic of the earth that this used to be a good fertile land. However, the earth's experience was not good. The earth was directly lifted, revealing a barren yellow color. It could be said that there was nothing but barren land here now. But Wu Ming did not want this to be the case. As if God was on Wu Ming's side, in the barren land, Wu Ming saw a different place from the surrounding. The holy round shield appeared in a place similar to a mound, and then, the round shield peeled off the earth, and 2 figures walked out. Tachika. Matthew. Wu Ming quickly flew over. Is it assassin? Cough cough cough. Tachika was excited, then she ate a mouthful of dust and coughed. Senpai, are you okay? Matthew helped Gudazi out of the mound and to the clean flat ground next to it. This made Gudazi, who had been coughing, feel much better. Cough cough. I'm really choking to death. Gudazi had an uncomfortable look on his face. After seeing how lively Gudazi was, Wu Ming was no longer worried, and asked about the other servants. It's good that you're okay, what about the others? When Wu Ming asked, Gudazi and Matthew both looked sad. Is that so? I understand. Wu Ming nodded. That was an unnecessary question. Under such an attack, the others might have returned to the martyr's palace. It could be said that they were almost wiped out. In the end, if Matthew didn't react and condensed his noble artifact into a point to protect me, I'm afraid I would have. Gudazi did not continue. So that was the case. Wu Ming pondered. I'm sorry, Senpai Sarande, I really didn't have the confidence to block that attack, so I could only choose to protect Senpai. Matthew lowered his head in guilt. Then, Wu Ming put his hand on Matthew's head. Don't worry, I think they're thinking the same thing. Compared to protecting their dead servants, it's more important to make sure that Tachika is safe. What Wu Ming said was right. When the beam of light was about to hit, all the servants used their strongest noble phantoms to delay the beam of light so that Marshu could use her noble phantoms to protect Gudazi. It's okay, Matthew, don't blame yourself. Gudazi hugged Matthew and comforted him. Senpai, it's very dirty. What Marshu meant was that her body was covered with dust and she looked like a refugee from a slum. It's okay, I like Matthew the most, this is nothing. Gudazi rubbed her face against Matthew. Senpai. Matthew's face instantly turned red. Although I'm sorry to disturb you, I want to say that the crisis may not be over yet. Wu Ming pointed to the light circle in the sky. Chapter 552. Gudazi and Matthew both followed Wu Ming's finger and looked at the sky. The strange huge circle was like a circular lamp that was pressed on the huge ceiling in the sky, giving people a very mysterious feeling. Hey! What is that? Gudazi was obviously shocked. It's never happened before. Matthew also widened his eyes and looked at the huge circle in the sky. Like Gudazi and Matthew, Wu Ming also stared at the sky. Then, Wu Ming said his guess. If I'm not wrong, it's probably the Magic King's noble phantasm. Hey! Gudazi and Matthew were both shocked. After all, I don't think anyone else can release that level of attack over the singularity except for that guy. Gudazi and Matthew looked at each other. It seemed that this was the only possibility. I'm afraid that every singularity has this circle, but the circle was hidden by that guy. It could be said that Wu Ming had not been to the previous singularities, and the only one he had been to was Winterwood City. When he was in Winterwood City, Wu Ming noticed that the sky was slightly different, but he didn't pay much attention to it. When he was in London, because he was underground, he couldn't see the sky, so Wu Ming didn't pay attention to it. At this singularity, Wu Ming noticed the abnormality in the sky. Deliberately hiding it made people notice the abnormality. That guy's move is bad. Wu Ming ridiculed mercilessly. But even so, the other party didn't suffer any losses. The price of exposing this noble phantasm was that almost all the servants were sent back to the Valhalla. Nightingale, Geronimo, Atalanta, Edison, Tamamo Nome, Billy Boy, Robin Hood, Elizabeth, Keoheim, Helena. It could be said that the attack just now had killed those 10 servants. At present, the American continent, which had more than 30 servants in the beginning, was now left with only a dozen servants. Charon, Achilles, Rama, Attila, and the unconscious Roman girl escaped the attack because they were with Wu Ming. Because of the duel, Arjona and Kana were located in the northwestern part of the American continent. He reckoned that Aeson and Demetrius, as well as Hercules, who had Wu Ming filling up the lake, should not have been affected. Maeve and Sido were sent away by Wu Ming using the portal. Gudazi's personal servant, Matthew Gillett, and Wu Ming, who was currently with Gudazi. Finally, there was Pamilia, who was sleeping in Riverton. Speaking of this, Wu Ming was quite helpless and angry. According to Gudazi, Pamilia said that she would take a nap when it was time for her to sleep. Knowing that their team's mission was only to delay the Romans, Pamilia said that she would take a nap first. Then, there was no then. The vampire was still in Riverton, at least Wu Ming could be sure that she was not here. But there was no other way. Who would have thought that a simple delay would trigger the appearance of the demon god pillar? If Pamilia was here before, even if Floros got the power of the Magic King, Wu Ming estimated that Pamilia would be able to kill Floros if he used his trump card. After all, even if a child was armed with a machete, he would not be able to fight an unarmed Special Forces soldier. No longer thinking about this matter, Wu Ming began to think about the remaining servants. In addition to Wu Ming himself, there were a total of 14 servants left. Not to mention the strength of the remaining servants, it could be said that if it was an ordinary Holy Grail war, the 14 servants except for Wu Ming could be said to be enough. However, with only 14 servants, in this American continent, where the magic power had been raised to the level of a god, it was not enough. Not to mention, there was a guy like Aeson, who was useless and only knew how to drive a boat. It could be said that if the halo in the sky did not hide anymore, except for Wu Ming, the rest of the servants would probably have to leave. Although Matthew could block the attack just now, it did not mean that Matthew could block the rest of the attack. Matthew could block it once, it was already very good. After all, Matthew was still not a mature servant. At present, Matthew was still unable to use Galahad's noble phantasm. Otherwise, there would not be a situation where Matthew could only protect Gudazi alone. Besides, not everyone would choose to stand on Gudazi's side. At present, only 7 servants, Wu Ming, Matthew, Charon, Achilles, Rama, Attila, and Maeve, could serve as the combat power to protect Gudazi. Pamilia's whereabouts were unknown. Maybe she had woken up, or maybe she was still sleeping. The Roman girl rescued from the demon god Pillar had been in a coma, and she could not leave the Holy Grail. She could only rely on the Holy Grail to maintain the integrity of her spiritual base. She could not stay too close to Rama, and even if she woke up, with her broken spiritual base, she would not have much combat power. As for Arzhu and Kana, Kana wanted to come back to help Gudazi, but Arzhu was unwilling. It could be said that if Kana chose to help Gudazi, then Arzhu would definitely choose to help the Magus King. In this way, he would be able to fulfill his wish and become enemies with Kana again. Kana, who could not get away, could only accompany Azu as a sacrifice. Hercules probably had not broken free from the bottom of the lake yet. After all, there were so many fake heavenly locks that were no different from the real heavenly locks. Even Hercules would have to spend a little effort to break them. Of course, unless Wu Ming personally helped him break them. Aisen and Demetrius would definitely follow Aisen, and with Aisen's character, Wu Ming didn't expect him to do anything. It could be said that as long as he did not cause trouble, he would be thankful. At this moment, Maeve was not here. Charon, Achilles, Rama, and Attila were still rushing here. At present, only Wu Ming and Matthew could protect Gudazi. After thinking for a while, Wu Ming waved to Gudazi. "Gudazi, come here." Although Gudazi was puzzled, because of her trust in Wu Ming, she did not hesitate to walk over. "Give me your hand." After saying that, Wu Ming stretched out his hand and held Gudazi's slender little hand. "Hey Tilda, what are you doing, assassin?" Gudazi did not care about shaking hands with Wu Ming, but Gudazi did not understand what Wu Ming wanted to do, and Matthew was the same. Could it be that this was a farewell before death? "Just kidding. I'm just giving you my strongest defense. Relax." Then, Wu Ming did not pay attention to Gudazi and Matthew. Holding Gudazi's hand, Wu Ming closed his eyes. Then, a beautiful scene appeared in front of Matthew's eyes. The holy and invincible armor on Wu Ming's body, under the effect of Wu Ming's magic, emitted a dazzling brilliance. Then, the armor automatically disintegrated, and then in a series of light, the armor compressed and transformed into a set of armor similar to that of a woman's. Finally, the armor attached to Gudazi's body, under the shocked expression on Gudazi's face, forming a slender and beautiful set of white close-fitting armor for a young girl. This made Gudazi, who still had her hand in Wu Ming's hand, stunned. Then, an earth-shattering scream resounded through the sky. Arth. Chapter 553. Wah. What? What is this? A person who was wrapped in close-fitting female armor and wearing an elegant dragon-crowned helmet shouted in excitement and surprise. This person was none other than Gudazi, who was wearing Wu Ming's armor. Senior, are you okay? Matthew stood beside Gudazi at a loss and asked cautiously. "I'm fine, I'm just shocked to put on assassin's armor." Gudazi's voice came from the seemingly thin but actually heavy armor. Fortunately, Wu Ming adjusted the armor and added a lot of adjustment tactics. The specific effect was that Gudazi, a modern girl without the strength to truss a chicken, could wear such a compressed and heavy armor without changing the quality and defense. After that, Wu Ming smiled helplessly as he looked at Gudazi, who was uncomfortable talking to Matthew because of the helmet. "Relax, inject magic, the armor will respond to you." Although Gudazi was a novice with no experience in magic, after so long, under the guidance of Roman, Olga Marie, and Gudazi, she could still do the ordinary extraction and application of magic. With that said, as if demonstrating, Wu Ming put his hand on Gudazi, and then the helmet on Gudazi's head split and attached to her shoulders and back. "Hey! So simple." Gudazi was interested, and she used magic with her small face. In an instant, the helmet that was disassembled and disassembled closed again and wrapped Gudazi's small head. Although Wu Ming wanted to complain about Gudazi's constipated expression just now. Then, Gudazi controlled the helmet to disassemble again, and her excited little head was exposed again. "It's really amazing, Tilda. Then, Matthew poked Gudazi. "Senior, now is not the time to play." In an instant, Gudazi's small face became awkward. Right, assassin, you gave me the armor, what will you do?" Gudazi saw before that the cover that trapped the demon god pillar was made of Wu Ming's armor. And Gudazi also saw that the defense wall was not damaged at all under the powerful attacks of Wu Ming and the demon god pillar. This armor was undoubtedly a super powerful noble artifact. "If you don't have this armor, what will you do when the light circle attacks again?" Gudazi said worriedly. Indeed, Wu Ming, the Berserker Holy King Salan's strongest noble artifact was this set of armor. With an invincible defense and a light spear that could be strengthened, Wu Ming could be said to be invincible. Of course, this invincibility only meant that Wu Ming would not be defeated. It did not mean that he was truly invincible. If demon god Shutun could use the Holy Grail and the blessing of the Sun God to release the power of the sun because Wu Ming thought it was troublesome, then facing the demon god Pillar Floros not long ago, Wu Ming really had no way to kill it with the body of a servant. Although it seemed that Floros was no different from the other demon god pillars, Floros said that it had obtained the power of its king. Naturally, it could not be compared to the other demon god pillars. However, it was precisely because of this that Wu Ming borrowed Rama's noble artifact. It's because I'm afraid that the light circle will attack again, so I let you wear this noble artifact. Wu Ming gently touched Gudazi's little head and messed up her hair. If it's me, I have it. Wu Ming turned his head. Following the direction where Wu Ming turned his head, Gudazi saw a holy sword that was similar to the Excalibur floating beside Wu Ming. As if responding to Wu Ming's words, the divine blade of salvation shone with holy light and attracted lightning. You should know that the best defense is offense. With the divine blade of salvation, nothing will happen to me. But if you don't have this set of armor, it's very likely that something will happen to you. Wu Ming tried to reason with Gu Daisy. So, be obedient, Tachika. In the end, Wu Ming ended with a pampering tone. I know. Gudazi's cheeks blushed. No matter how good their relationship was, after experiencing such gentle flirting, as a girl who has never been in a relationship before, it was quite fatal. Even Ma Shu, who was next to him, was blushing like a braised crab. Wu Ming nodded with satisfaction. Karen and the others will be here soon. You two remember not to run around. Gudazi and Matthew nodded. Then, I'll leave for a moment. With that, a dark purple ripple swallowed Wu Ming, and then the ripple disappeared. Hey, can you hear me? At this time, Gudazi's wristband sounded. Leader, is the communication device fixed? Gudazi asked in surprise. However, in response to Gudazi's inquiry, only the voice was heard, and not the image. But the voice was no longer Olga Marie's voice, but Roman's. How could it be fixed? That's magic power comparable to hundreds of holy swords. The explosive magic power directly blew up Chaldea's device. Da Vinci's really tired this time. However, before Roman could finish complaining, Olga Marie's voice was heard again. Get out of my way. After Olga Marie's roar, there was the sound of someone falling to the ground. Then, Olga Marie's calm voice was heard. Speaking of which, under the attack just now, besides you, who else survived? Yes, Assassin is fine. Achilles, Karen, and Rama, who were with Assassin, are also fine. The attack just now seemed to be directed at us, or rather, it was directed at Senpai, Marshu explained to Olgami. Is that so? Gudazi heard Olga Marie's voice and was a little confused. Why did it sound like she was relieved? In fact, Olga Marie wanted to ask for Wu Ming's comfort, but after all, she was at Sunda, so it was unlikely that she would ask directly. Ahem. In short, Chaldea can only perform simple communication and ray shift for now. It's too dangerous for Tachika and Matthew to continue staying there. Haven't all the enemies been defeated? Let's use ray shift to come back first. This made Gudazi and Matthew shocked. After all, Gudazi and Matthew's mission was to repair the singularity. It could be said that the two completely completed the mission in the past few singularities before returning to Chaldea. But this time, Olga Marie proposed to temporarily return to Chaldea. Haven't all the Holy Grails in this singularity been collected? As long as the Holy Grail is taken away from this singularity, it will repair itself. Then, Gudazi smiled awkwardly. That. Director, have you forgotten? All the recovered Holy Grails are temporarily in Assassin's hands. Matthew also added a fatal blow. And, the Celtic Holy Grail is not in the hands of the senior Celander, it seems to be in the hands of Queen Maeve. In other words, you've been busy in this singularity for half a day, and you haven't gotten a single Holy Grail. Olga Marie's tone was a little strange. Although I'm sorry. Matthew said. But it's true. Gudazi said. Then, the device on Gudazi's wrist dimmed, which meant that the other party had cut off the communication. Gudazi and Matthew looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Chapter 554. A moment later, Gudazi's bracelet lit up again, but this time, the contact was no longer Olga Marie, but Dr. Roman. Roman said that Director Olga Marie was muttering, "How come we didn't get a single Holy Grail? That guy is an idiot, we could have just given the Holy Grail to Chaldea." He cursed as he left the control room. He seemed to have returned to his own room. "Will the director be okay?" Gudazi asked worriedly. "Don't worry, the director isn't as weak as you think. She's still very strong." Romo's calm and amiable voice was heard. On this point, Roman could be said to have the most right to speak. After all, when Olga Marie became the director, Roman had already been in Chaldea for a long time. It could even be said that Roman was Olga Marie's senior in a sense. For the time being, Gudazi and Matthew began to think about what to do next. "Then, Doctor, what should we do next?" Matthew asked. This question made Roman silent. At present, the 3 Holy Grails were already in the hands of Wuming, and the Celtic Holy Grail was also in the hands of Maeve. It could be said that as long as Wuming went to see Maeve, brought the Holy Grail back, and gave it to Gudazi, then everything would be solved. So, at present, it seemed that the only thing to do was to wait. In the control room, Roman helplessly scratched his head, and then said to Gudazi on the other side, "Well, let's meet up with Karen first, then think about what to do next." Roman said weakly, "Okay, Doctor." Then, Gudazi and Matthew closed the communication, and began to walk in the direction where Karen and the others left to meet up with them. In the control room, the remaining staff members were working nervously. Only now could Roman breathe a sigh of relief. Roman sat down on the chair behind him and leaned back slightly. Magic Kings. Noble artifact. Hair, the 5th singularity, the American continent, Washington's White House. When Wuming sent Sido and Maeve away using the portal, he had set this place as his destination. After all, this was their base camp. It was much safer than other places. However, in the end, Wuming still miscalculated, dark purple ripples appeared, and Wuming jumped out of the ripples. Wuming stood firmly on the ground, but what welcomed him was an incomparably huge tentacle. Dong in an instant, the tentacle slammed heavily on the ground, and the ground caved in because of the huge impact of the tentacle. Immediately afterward, the saber light with lightning struck the tentacle, instantly cutting it off. Wuming stood beside the severed tentacle and brandished his sword. Without a doubt, the tentacle did not hit Wuming. The moment the tentacle fell, Wuming dodged it. Wuming looked at the owner of the tentacle with a serious expression, a huge pillar of flesh that rose into the sky. Demon God Pillar Flaulos, that's right, at this moment, in front of Wuming, on the White House Square in Washington, the same demon god pillar as Flaulos stood there. Wuming had a guess. This demon god pillar Flaulos was summoned from the Holy Grail held by Maeve. The evidence was Maeve, who was embedded in the flesh wall of the demon god pillar with only half of her body exposed. At this moment, Maeve's body was drooping, and she was obviously unconscious. As for Sido, who was already unconscious and brought back by Maeve, Wuming, who had already spread out his mental power, indicated that he did not find him. Wuming estimated that Sido was either swallowed by the demon god pillar and was in the body of the demon god pillar, or had been killed by the demon god pillar and returned to the martyr's palace. At this moment, Flaulos, who failed the sneak attack, spoke. "You can really find this place, Dragon of Origin." It was still Lev's voice, and it was still an unpleasant voice. "Demon god pillars are all as disgusting as cockroaches. This is really an eye-opener." Wuming mocked mercilessly. Although Wuming also knew that to kill the demon god pillar, he had to kill all 72 of them at once, but he could resurrect immediately after dying together. This was a bit of a bug. Of course, an ordinary demon god pillar that appears at a singularity can't do it, but I have the king's blessing. Of course, such a thing can be done. As long as there was the Holy Grail and the sacrifice, Flaulos could appear on his own. This was the reason why Flaulos suddenly appeared in Alexandria, and the reason why he could resurrect in the White House after dying. But I didn't expect you to put the Holy Grail in the hands of this servant. I thought you had already put it away. But this is good. If not, I won't be able to appear again. Ha ha ha, the demon god pillar laughed and shook his body. Maeve, who was embedded in the body of the demon god pillar, also shook along with the demon god pillar. Then, Maeve was shaken awake. I am. Maeve, who had just woken up, was still not completely awake. She was a little confused about the current situation. Maeve, are you okay? Wu Ming immediately shouted at Maeve after seeing Maeve wake up. Wu Ming's shout woke Maeve up, but it also made Maeve quite unhappy. Really, little Sai, can't you pretend that you don't care about me? This way, this guy can threaten you. Maeve was like a young girl, looking at Wu Ming with a puffed-up face, expressing her dissatisfaction. Maeve and Sido were originally here, but for some reason, Maeve's Holy Grail had an abnormality. It directly used Maeve and Sido's body as a sacrifice to summon the demon god pillar. Because Sido's spiritual base was damaged, she was equivalent to half a servant, so Maeve acted as the other half and was embedded in the demon god pillar. Before her magic was absorbed, Maeve heard the voice of the demon god pillar. That was what Flaulos said at that time. Ha ha ha. I'm back. Wait for your death, Wu Ming. Then Maeve fainted. Wu Ming told Maeve his real name. So, according to Maeve's own judgment, she knew one thing, that was, Flaulos was Wu Ming's enemy. So Maeve originally wanted to pretend that she didn't know Wu Ming, in case Flaulos threatened Wu Ming with her. But you directly called my name. Isn't this telling it that I'm very important to you? Although she was complaining, Maeve was smiling. That was joy. It was impossible for Wu Ming not to know this, but Wu Ming still called Maeve, exposing their relationship and giving Flaulos an opportunity. Because Wu Ming was worried about Maeve, it was impossible for him to not recognize Maeve because of threats. Even if I did that, Flaulos wouldn't be fooled. After all, Flaulos had said before that since Wu Ming came to this singularity, Flaulos had been monitoring Wu Ming. Perhaps Flaulos already knew about the relationship between Wu Ming and Maeve, and revealing half of Maeve's body was probably premeditated. That's right. It's because I know about your relationship that I devoured the guy whose spiritual base was about to die and this woman. In this way, I can expose her outside and use it to threaten you, Dragon of Origin Wu Ming. Facing such a situation, Wu Ming's hand holding the divine blade of salvation couldn't help but tighten. Trouble. Chapter 555. Wu Ming, who was being threatened, did not dare to unleash the light cannon attack of the divine blade of salvation on Flaulos because it would directly send Maeve and Flaulos away. Therefore, Wu Ming could only suppress the power of the divine blade of salvation and deal with the demon god pillar with just a slash. Swish, a slash mixed with lightning and holy light instantly cut off many of the tentacles that were attacking him. Even the body of the demon god pillar was slashed by the flash of the blade. However, the self-healing ability of the demon god pillar that had obtained greater power was even more powerful. In just a few seconds, the cracked body healed and the tentacles grew out. However, it could be seen that even if the power was deliberately suppressed, the divine blade of salvation was still the divine blade of salvation. The holy sword that could split a star was not just for show. It could be said that the divine blade of salvation could not only be classified as a divine blade of salvation, but also as a divine blade of salvation. Such a powerful divine weapon, even if the power was suppressed, was still not something that the demon god pillar could resist. Originally, it should have been like that. However, because Flaulos had obtained the power of their king, his strength had also increased by a level. This created a very awkward situation. Flaulos could not hurt Wu Ming, and Wu Ming could not do anything to the demon god pillar even if he showed mercy. For example, the original divine blade of salvation that Wu Ming used had a strength of 100. Currently, the divine blade of salvation that was transformed from the Holy Grail and Rama's divine blade of salvation had a strength of 80. Due to the deliberate suppression, the strength was reduced to 50. The original strength of the demon god pillar, Flaulos, was 30. After obtaining the power of the Magic King, the strength became 50. In this way, the two of them were equal. However, The pure data was only used as a general reference. It could not accurately express anything. It only meant that the two of them were unable to defeat each other. As expected, even after obtaining the power of our king, it is still too weak when facing the dragon of origin, Flaulos said calmly. Indeed, as the king of Flaulos had said, there was nothing to be afraid of with an immature dragon of origin. Even though Wu Ming was very powerful in the eyes of many people, he paled in comparison to the magic king who had obtained the power of the black soil. It was true that an adult origin dragon would possess unparalleled power. It could travel through time, move mountains and fill seas, reverse time, and even bring the dead back to life. However, the prerequisite was that Wu Ming had to stay inside the origin and use its power. That was because the root dragon was a unique creature that was neither human, beast, nor god that was born from the world root that gave birth to all worlds, which was why it had to borrow the power of the root to achieve invincibility. Although it was called the origin dragon and had the appearance of a dragon, the origin dragon wasn't actually a dragon. The reason Wu Ming had the characteristics and drawbacks of a dragon was because Wu Ming's birthplace had shifted from the great origin to the origin of the M-shaped moon. To put it simply, he was tainted with an impure bloodline. However, Wu Ming had already been baptized inside the great origin and had basically eliminated the drawbacks of dragons. It could be said that as long as Wu Ming continued to be baptized by the great origin, he would return to the purest form of the origin dragon. After that, as long as he went through the baptism of the great origin, an adult origin dragon could be said to be truly invincible. For now, as long as Wu Ming stayed inside the great origin, he would be invincible inside. For now, Wu Ming couldn't interfere with other worlds for the time being. Moreover, as long as Wu Ming left the great origin, Wu Ming's chances of losing against someone like the Magic King, who could be said to be a cheat, were definitely higher than his chances of winning against him. In other words, Wu Ming could only rely on his own power as a dragon of origin. He couldn't threaten anyone else at all. Whether it was Darius, Romo, Arthaz, or even the Magic King, Wu Ming couldn't defeat any of them. However, Wu Ming himself knew this, which was why Wu Ming had resorted to using external objects. In the past, the queen of the demonic realm, Skaha, who had great wisdom, had also noticed this drawback of Wu Ming's. That was why she had let Wu Ming use the process of sublimation to obtain a noble artifact. The true strength of a servant wasn't their martial arts or anything else, but their noble artifacts, which were killer moves that could instantly turn the situation around. Not only that, but there were also many treasures that had rather miraculous functions, such as resurrecting the dead and reversing time, and so on. All in all, since one's body was weak, one should use powerful weapons. That was how humans had developed. There was no reason why a higher-level species like humans couldn't understand this principle. And that was what Wu Ming did. In the beginning, Wu Ming's sublimation was very difficult, and it required a lot of effort. Now that Wu Ming had the power of origin, it was no longer so strenuous for him. He could easily sublimate items or abilities into a noble artifact. However, Wu Ming would not casually turn a weapon into a noble artifact. After all, even if he really turned a stone into a noble artifact, it would be the lowest grade of Grade E noble artifact. It wasn't that he couldn't upgrade it, but he didn't know how long it would take. Then, the ordinary stone would become a divine stone. Therefore, if possible, Wu Ming would not simply obtain a noble artifact. In fact, Wu Ming did not deliberately obtain a noble artifact. For example, the Divine Blade of Salvation. That was the artifact that Wu Ming obtained after defeating Rama, who was the last hope, and inheriting the identity of the last king through trickery. Even if the Sword of Salvation in Wu Ming's hand was a weakened version of the Holy Sword, its power was not something that Flaulos could block. As it had experienced this personally, Flaulos did not completely devour Maeve to threaten Wu Ming. However, Flaulos knew that it would lose if it kept defending. Therefore, it was ready to make peace. Forget it, Dragon of Origin. My purpose is just to see Chaldea and the rest. In fact, I don't have the intention to fight you at all. Flaulos' tentacles stopped dancing as if they were still in the air. The devil mist and the heat rays in its eyes dissipated. It seemed like it was really ready to make peace. As long as you promise not to interfere with the singularity anymore, I'll let this woman go and allow you to help Chaldea repair the singularity. What do you think?" After hearing what Flaulos said, Wu Ming slowly lowered the sword of salvation. The lightning and holy light on the blade gradually disappeared. Then, Wu Ming let out a long sigh of relief. "Sure enough, Flaulos, even though we've had a lot of dealings, you still don't know me well." Chapter 556. What do you mean? Flaulos was confused. "You care about her a lot, don't you? I just need you to stop interfering with the next singularity to save her. Isn't that a good deal?" Flaulos' voice was like a devil's as he continued to tempt Wu Ming. "Heh." Wu Ming lowered his head and laughed. It was a mocking laugh. "I won't say much nonsense. Let's put it simply. I can't compromise with you, Flaulos. Wasn't that a given? For example, if someone stole something from you and made a deal with you, and it was a deal that wasn't beneficial to you, most people wouldn't agree to it. But, I'm threatening you, Lord Dragon of Origin," Flaulos said with a smile. Although he couldn't see the smile on the giant meat pillar, Wu Ming could feel that Flaulos was smiling. Moreover, Flaulos was right. Wu Ming was being threatened by Flaulos at that moment. If he couldn't get rid of this threat, Wu Ming would always be controlled by others. Wu Ming frowned and held the Savior Divine sword tightly. At that moment, Wu Ming was quite upset. "Ah, Xiao Sai, you don't have to be threatened by this guy for me. Do what you want to do." Maeve smiled and the command spell hidden under the white silk gloves disappeared. Feeling the magical power invading his body, Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Maeve was using the command spell. Fortunately, Wu Ming had the ability to resist the command spell. Traveler, A+, the effect was equivalent to a solo A+, and it could greatly resist the command spell of the master. Wu Ming was able to withstand the power of the command incantation without any pressure. However, that was only the power of the command spell. If it were 2 strokes, it wouldn't be so easy. "Xiao Sai, use your strongest attack relic on me with all your might." Bang! This was the sound of Wu Ming's other hand suddenly landing on the sword of salvation. Wu Ming held the Savior Divine sword with both hands and looked up at Maeve. "Maeve, don't do anything stupid." Flaulos also realized that something was wrong. He quickly used his tentacles to wrap Maeve up and prevent her from meeting Wu Ming. However, it was too late for Flaulos. Finally, "Love me with all your might, my lover, Saranda." Maeve smiled as she looked at Wu Ming lovingly. The last command incantation was used by Mai Fu. At this moment, Wu Ming and Mai Fu no longer had a master-slave relationship, but a pure relationship between a young girl and her lover. Afterwards, Mai Fu was wrapped up by the tentacles of the demon god pillar and fused into the demon god pillar. Wait a minute. Don't come over," Flaulos shouted in fear. Excalibur. The third command spell allowed Wu Ming to unleash his strongest attack. Boundless white holy light, mixed with sacred golden lightning, formed a cannon of light that was like a heavenly punishment, covering the White House. Facing Wu Ming's Savior Divine sword, Flaulos fell into silence and gave up struggling. It was not only because Flaulos knew that he could not block it, but also because he was thinking. Even Flaulos did not expect Maeve to be so determined to let her lover kill him. Perhaps this was the pride of being a hero and a heroic spirit. Then, Flaulos lost consciousness. After the white light, the White House no longer existed. North of Washington, north of the Appalachian Mountains, there was a huge gully that connected to the Arctic Ocean. Endless seawater poured in as if it was reflecting someone's anger. The holy light and lightning were still rippling in the seawater. Wu Ming's attack directly cut the continent in half. The energy impact of the Savior Divine Sword was not something that could be blocked by a singularity. After all, the power to split a star was not fake. If it weren't for Wu Ming releasing his own attack and weakening the command spell's effect, perhaps the entire singularity would be shattered in the end. With his eyes closed, Wu Ming took a long breath. Although the servants were the avatars of the heroic spirits, it was still a bit uncomfortable for Wu Ming to kill the lover he had just accepted. Wu Ming had never treated the lives of the servants as lives. This was the same as Gudazi and Matthew. They would not ignore the life and death of the Singularity residents, even if Gudazi knew that they would be repaired by history. Although this was a lie, it could be seen that Gudazi and Matthew's hearts were noble. No, it should be said that that was what humans should be. At least, Wu Ming believed that this was what a human was, a real human. Although Wu Ming was not a human, it did not prevent Wu Ming from having the precious character of a human. Maeve. Wu Ming said Maeve's name with a little sadness. From this, it could be seen how deep Maeve's love for Wu Ming was. Without hesitation, she used the command spell to force Wu Ming to kill her along with the demon god pillar. Even if she was just an avatar, who would want to be killed by the person she loved? This courage, this persistence, this dedication, completely explained that even if Maeve was in the ranks of the anti-hero, she also had the pride of a hero. Then, let's meet again in the future, my Fu. Wu Ming said softly to the original demon god pillar, as if he was whispering to it. Then, Wu Ming walked over. As the sacrifice to summon the demon god pillar, the servant had an advantage, that was, no matter how powerful the demon god pillar was, how fierce the attack was, the servant as the sacrifice would always be safe. However, after the demon god pillar disappeared, the servant as the sacrifice would withdraw in a short time as if their spiritual base and magic power had been drained. This was the case with G of Justice, and the blonde Roman girl, because of the protection of the Holy Grail, did not directly withdraw. So this time, the servant as the sacrifice of the demon god pillar would be the same. It would definitely withdraw in a very short time. Wu Ming walked to Saido's side. Saido's spiritual base was about to be broken, and at this moment, his body was already faintly discernible. It could be said that at this moment, if not for the protection of the Celtic Holy Grail that fell after Floros withdrew, Saido would have already left. As far as the current situation was concerned, once the Holy Grail left Saido, Saido would immediately disappear. Now, the Holy Grail was just hanging on to Saido's last breath. However, fortunately, there was the Holy Grail hanging on to Saido's last breath. In this way, Wu Ming was confident that he could save Saido. Wu Ming suddenly had a guess. Let's give it a try. With that, Wu Ming took out another Greek Holy Grail that he obtained from Ison in his protective shell space, and together with the Celtic Holy Grail, he placed it on Saido's body that was about to dissipate. The light of the Greek Holy Grail appeared and began to cooperate with the Celtic Holy Grail to nourish Saido's spiritual base. Immediately afterward, Wu Ming stretched out his two hands, placed them on the two Holy Grails, and began to inject magic power into the Holy Grail. At this moment, the halo in the sky changed, and a beam of light fell in the direction of. Where is Tachika and the others? Chapter 557. In just an instant, the light beam shot by the aperture landed near Alexandria. That direction was definitely the direction of Gudazi and the others. Wu Ming was willing to bet. However, Wu Ming did not do anything else and continued to infuse magic into the two Holy Grails. Fortunately, Wu Ming was cautious and had already given the invincible armor that was comparable to Avalon's time to Gudazi. Therefore, Wu Ming was not worried about the safety of Gudazi and the others. Why was he not worried about the safety of Gudazi and the others? That was because Wu Ming had already infused a lot of magic into his precious armor in advance. In the face of danger, it would automatically decompose and form a protective shield. Dong, ignoring the explosion behind him that was even more intense than the light beam shot by the aperture, Wu Ming focused on healing Saido. The miraculous power of the two Holy Grails and Wu Ming's almost infinite magic was like a good car with good fuel. The effect of 1 + 1 was far greater than 2. After a while, Saido slowly opened her eyes. You are. Saido looked at the young man who was filled with holy light in front of her in confusion. I'm Rama's friend. I was asked by Rama to come and save you. Wu Ming smiled slightly. Saido was asked by Rama to come. This was not a lie, but it was not true either. It could be considered half true and half false. After all, Wu Ming would not be stingy with his power if he could help this couple improve their relationship. Thank you. Although Saido was still weak, she still chose to believe in Wu Ming. Wu Ming's eyes told Saido that he was not lying to her. Moreover, feeling her spiritual base gradually recovering, Saido also believed that Wu Ming was here to save her. Miss Saido, may I ask what your last memory is? I need to know how long you were unconscious. While her body was being healed by the Holy Grail, Saido recalled for a while and then answered Wu Ming. I remember that my last memory was talking to that unbelievably beautiful big sister, talking to her about her lover. Saido's face gradually turned red as she talked about her girlish thoughts. The lover that Miss Saido was talking about is Rama, right? Wu Ming said softly. Yes. Yes. Saido's voice became softer. He was obviously embarrassed. You two are so loving. I'm so envious. The more Wu Ming spoke, the redder Saido's face became. Wu Ming even suspected that when Saido's face became red to a certain extent, his blood vessels would burst or something. No longer teasing Saido, Wu Ming asked a serious question. Then, who is the lover that the beautiful woman was talking to you about? It was not that Wu Ming suspected Mai Fu. He knew that Mai Fu must be talking about him. Therefore, Wu Ming wanted to know how Mai Fu talked about him and how she loved him. That beautiful big sister Mai Fu, she told me that her lover was a hero that did not lose to Lord Rama. Wu Ming could not help but smile helplessly. This Mai Fu actually called Saido her sister. He saved me when I needed him. After saving the damsel in distress, he did not want to take responsibility. His temperament was volatile and he could not stay in the same place. However, he was willing to start a war for me. He did not fall for my beauty, but he was able to treat me like family. He was clearly moved, but he still held it in, and in the end, he really left. Saido muttered the words that Mai Fu said when she talked to her. I was so perfect, there were so many men pursuing me, and all of them fell at my feet, but he didn't move at all. I even fell deeply in love with him. It may sound funny, but I still kept my first time for him. Hearing this sentence, Wu Ming was stunned. In his mind, he could not help but think of Mai Fu's sly and slightly blushing face. Although Wu Ming had guessed it, but in front of such a sentence, Wu Ming could not help but be surprised. Wu Ming knew about Queen Mai Fu's promiscuous love before he came to this world. Wu Ming guessed that Mai Fu in this world should also be like that. However, because Wu Ming met Mai Fu when she just came out of her ivory tower, and until Mai Fu died after Wu Ming left, Wu Ming did not see Mai Fu having intimate contact with any man except himself. In other words, Mai Fu was indeed a pure girl. Nature would be suppressed by a stronger desire, and Wu Ming was Mai Fu's stronger desire. Not noticing Wu Ming's abnormality, Saido continued. However, I'm really happy that he was able to accompany me for such a long time. Even if he left and I was attacked by death, I still love him. I hope that he can accept me and not leave me to travel alone. From the looks of it, my years of strategy have finally paid off. Saido's cheeks blushed. It seemed that imitating Mai Fu's tone was a great test for her. After hearing this sentence, Wu Ming smiled helplessly and satisfactorily. Wu Ming suspected that Mai Fu deliberately let Saido say these words to him. However, Mai Fu did not lie, and this was what Wu Ming was satisfied with. Although Wu Ming did not stop the movement of transferring magic power, he did not speak and quietly waited for Saido to continue. However, Saido did not continue and changed the topic. That Lord Serend, the person Sister Mai Fu was talking about is you, right? Wu Ming didn't say his name, so for Saito to know, it was most likely Maeve who told Saito Wu Ming's name. She also told Saito about her lover, Wu Ming, in this singularity, and even his appearance. Wu Ming smiled helplessly and then asked Saido. Since you know that I'm Serend, you must also know that Mai Fu and I are the leaders of the forces that captured you. Don't you hate us? After all, everyone makes mistakes, and now it was you and Sister Mai Fu who saved me from being used as a sacrifice by the Greek forces. Although Saido was still used as a sacrifice by Floros, well, take this as my apology to you. Wu Ming nodded and did not persist on this point. That, Lord Serend, Sister Mai Fu also asked me to tell you something. Wu Ming looked at Saido in confusion. Then, Saido spoke. Sister Mai Fu said that she will wait for you at the Martyr's Palace, no matter how long it takes. After that, Wu Ming was stunned. Then, Wu Ming nodded. I've received the message. Thank you, Miss Saido. You don't have to use honorifics, just call me Saido. After all, Lord Serend and Lord Rama are good friends, Wu Ming nodded. Speaking of which, you and Rama are really in love, no wonder he asked me to save you. Then, Saido went silent for a few seconds. There's no such thing, I'm sorry, Lord Rama. Saido's voice was extremely soft. If it were not for Wu Ming's good hearing, he might not have heard Saido's words. Actually, Rama is the same as you. Huh? Saido widened her eyes. One night, Rama was worried about you and had a heart-to-heart talk with me. He told me that he was sorry. Of course, it was a lie. Rama did not have a heart-to-heart talk with Wu Ming, but Wu Ming, who understood Rama's heart, could naturally infer Rama's love for Saido. In order to let Saido prove his innocence, Rama forced Saido to commit suicide, which made Rama feel guilty. It was also because of this that Rama appeared in the form of a young king. According to Rama's words, it was only at this time, I was the Rama who would do anything for Saido. I was the husband that Saido needed, the Rama who loved her deeply. He repeated the words of Rama to Siddhartha. As a result, Siddhartha, whose face was originally flushed red, began to shed tears. Lord Rama, Saido murmured softly. Then, Saido looked at Wu Ming. Lord Saranda, please agree to my request. Help me pass on a message to Lord Rama. However, before Saido could finish, Wu Ming interrupted him. No need. So, if you want to say it, you can say it yourself. Now, you and Rama can meet. Hey. Chapter 558. Wu Ming's words stunned Saido. Then, Wu Ming did not explain too much to the shocked Saido. You should go and experience it for yourself. After that, Wu Ming brought Saido, whose spirit base had been repaired, to Alexandria through the teleportation door and found Rama. Then, Rama and Saido were surprised. After all, as long as the two of them were too close, one of them would gradually weaken until one of them disappeared. In the end, the two of them who gradually got closer found that the two of them did not show any signs of fainting or even disappearing. Saido. My Saido. Lord Rama. Rama and Saido hugged each other. Everyone consciously did not disturb the couple who could never meet each other. Instead, they made space for Rama and Saido. Wu Ming and the others walked to the side. Facing the doubts of everyone about the attack that could split half the continent, Wu Ming explained what happened just now. Is that so? I didn't expect the queen to sacrifice herself. Matthew said sadly. For our little eggplant, sacrificing anyone was worth feeling sad. No, it should be said that Matthew would feel sad involuntarily. However, I didn't expect you to break the curse. Gudaz's wrist made a sound. Hey, director, is it fixed again? It's so fast this time. Gudazi made a sound of surprise. The voice from the terminal on Gudaz's wrist was naturally Olga Marie's voice. Then, Olga Marie's virtual projection appeared. Although he did not know the truth, Wu Ming could more or less guess. The light beam attack just now once again cut off the connection with Chaldea. Now, it seemed that Da Vinci, who was in charge of repairing it, had become more familiar with it. Or it could be said that the communication device gradually became more advanced and only needed a simple repair. Let's not talk about this first. I also heard my servant just now. Then, is it possible that such a situation will happen again? Olga Marie was referring to the nature demon god pillar that automatically appeared with the help of the Holy Grail and the servant. If such a Holy Grail was taken to Chaldea, it was better to be safe than sorry. If a demon god pillar appeared, the fragile Chaldea would be destroyed directly. After all, Chaldea's instruments were just some things that were not very sturdy for servant-level people. If the demon god pillar appeared, they would be done for. You don't have to worry about that. The Celtic Holy Grail and the Greek Holy Grail have already been purified by me with a large amount of mana. There's no possibility of summoning the demon god pillar anymore. As for the Roman Holy Grail, I can do the same to eliminate the threat. As for the Japanese Holy Grail, As for the Holy Grail, as for the Holy Grail. What's wrong, assassin? Gudazi looked at Silent in confusion. The Holy Grail of the Japanese forces has been made into my noble phantasm. Wu Ming scratched his head awkwardly and extended the sword of salvation in front of everyone. Heh! Not only Olga Marie, Gudazi, and Matthew, but even Achilles and Karen were stunned. Turning the Holy Grail that the servants fought for into his own weapon, it was estimated that only Wu Ming could do such a thing. Of course, I will not take it away. I will give it to you. Heh! This time, everyone was collectively stunned. The servants' noble phantoms were condensed by magic power. It could be said that after the servant left, the noble phantoms could not be preserved. But listening to Wu Ming's words, it did not seem like he wanted to keep it. This is a noble phantoms made with the Holy Grail as the raw material. Naturally, it can be preserved. Wu Ming explained very considerately. Indeed, if it is a noble phantoms made with the Holy Grail as the raw material, it is possible to leave the servant's body. As a scholar, Karen strictly explained to everyone. He was even more certain that Wu Ming's words were correct. By the way, the attack just now did not cause any harm to you, right? Wu Ming looked at Gudazi. We are completely fine. Gudazi, who was wearing her armor, excitedly hugged Wu Ming's arm and shook it. Looking at Gudazi's cheerful personality, as a teacher, Karen also smiled. Because of your noble phantoms, the enemy's attack was completely blocked. Not only us, but even the surrounding land was unharmed. I can only say that it is great that this land was not ravaged again. Roman, who was in the corner of Olga Marie's projection, said weakly. I have to say, even if I have an immortal body, I can't block it. Achilles carried his gun with both hands and looked unhappy. That's why I taught you not to be too arrogant, Achilles. Karen once again became a teacher. Yes, I understand. Looking at everyone chatting, Matthew felt very warm, but Matthew noticed that Wu Ming was thinking about something. That, Senpai Cylinder, are you thinking about something? When Matthew said this, Gudazi and the others also looked at Wu Ming. Wu Ming looked at everyone, then said what he was thinking. Well, for the attack just now, I don't think it was released by Floros before he died. Wu Ming's words made everyone feel a sense of crisis. Do you mean that it was released by the Magic King himself? Olga Marie said with some uncertainty. Looking at the slightly embarrassed Roman, Wu Ming said. After all, that's the Magic King's noble phantasm. It's not strange for the Magic King to use it himself. However, because the intensity of the light beam was similar to the one released by Floros, everyone thought that it was released by Floros before he died. But as the one who killed Floros, Wu Ming knew that the light beam was released after Floros left the stage. In short, I will go look for him later. Wu Ming said calmly. Then, the scene fell into silence. Only Karen and Achilles, one of them looked helpless, and the other crossed his arms in front of his chest. There was also Attila, who had been standing beside Wu Ming without any unnecessary actions or words since he came back. Other than Achilles and Karen, everyone else cried out in shock. Wait a minute, Cylinder, are you going to look for the Magic King directly? Roman's face instantly appeared on the virtual projection screen. Go away. Olga Marie pushed Roman away. You're not really going to look for the Magic King directly, are you? Olga Marie looked worried. Directly looking for the Magic King or something, as expected, is still a little rushed. Gudazi smiled with a helpless expression. Senior Cylinder, that's too dangerous. Matthew looked at Wu Ming with a serious face. Looking at everyone trying to persuade him, Wu Ming was helpless. Don't think that I'm too weak. After all, I'm someone with a special identity. After Wu Ming said that, Gudazi, Matthew, and Olga Marie remembered that Wu Ming had fought the Magic King in the underground of the Fourth Singularity. Who exactly was he? In an instant, this question filled the minds of Gudazi, Matthew, and Olga Marie. Chapter 559. As for my identity, I will slowly tell you in the future. Of course, if someone who knows my identity wants to tell you, I won't stop them. After that, Wu Ming secretly looked at Roman. This made Roman sweat profusely. In short, Tachika and Matthew should hurry back to Chaldea to rest. After all, the sixth singularity isn't something these singularities can compare to. Wu Ming smiled and kept them in suspense. After fiercely staring at Wu Ming, Olga Marie nodded. So, Tachika, Matthew, get ready for ray shift. Let's get to work, Roman. Roman, who was reprimanded by Olga Marie, quickly left and prepared for ray shift. Gudazi nodded, indicating that she was ready, but as if she thought of something, Gudazi looked at Olga Marie. Director, Fufu and Miss Pamilia are still in Riverton. We have to go back to pick them up. Matthew also nodded. He was worried about Fufu, but every time Fufu was in danger, no one knew where to hide. In the end, it was always able to follow Gudazi and Matthew back to Chaldea. You don't have to worry about this. As a servant, as long as the world starts to repair, Pamilia will be automatically ejected and forced to transfer ray shift. But that creature called Fufu. Wu Ming touched his chin and entered into a state of thinking. I'm not sure if it can be ejected. Let me go to Riverton. Wu Ming directly made the decision. Speaking of which, I'm quite interested in Fu, who Marshu has been talking about but I haven't seen. After saying that, Wu Ming opened the portal and walked in. I'll be right back. A moment later, a vampire girl who was still sleeping soundly and a creature that looked like a cat, a dog, a squirrel were brought over by Wu Ming. Fufu. The little creature named Fufu kept struggling in Wu Ming's hands, as if Wu Ming was a demon. Wu Ming loosened his grip on Fufu, and Fufu immediately ran and jumped onto Matthew's shoulder, hiding in Matthew's short hair and shivering. Fufu, are you okay? Matthew stroked Fufu's body with concern. This little guy wanted to run when it saw me. Fortunately, I was fast and caught it off guard. Otherwise, it really would have escaped. Wu Ming looked at Fufu with a playful look, which made Fufu hide even more in Matthew's hair. It can be said that the only time Wu Ming met Fufu was at the Winterwood City Singularity, when Gudazi and Matthew were about to leave. At that time, Fufu suddenly ran out of nowhere, then quickly jumped onto Matthew and hid behind Matthew's short hair. At that time, Wu Ming had already found that this creature was hiding from him, so he was quite interested in it. However, Wu Ming always felt that it was familiar, but he couldn't remember it. But because Gudazi and Matthew were about to be transferred by Lingzi at that time, Wu Ming also suppressed his interest. Now, Wu Ming finally knew. Wasn't Fufu the cat demon named Cassipalug that he once killed in Britain? It seemed that the cat demon was not completely killed, but in the end, it seemed to have been adopted by Merlin. Fufu, don't be afraid, Senpai Salander is not a bad person, Matthew comforted while stroking Fufu hiding behind his neck with one hand. However, Fufu was still scared to death and refused to come out from behind Matthew's neck. However, Wu Ming was not surprised. After all, Fufu was facing someone who almost killed him. Of course, Fufu would be scared. Not only that, Wu Ming, who had the origin force, could also see the nature of Fufu, just like how Wu Ming could see the nature of Roman at a glance. Fufu was one of the fourth beast, Beast 4, that held the principle of comparison. Strictly speaking, if Fufu grew up, it would be a creature on the level of Tiamat. Although Wu Ming did not think that the cat demon that he had defeated before was comparable to Tiamat, Wu Ming did not think that the cat demon that he had defeated before was comparable to Tiamat. Now, Fufu in Wu Ming's eyes was like Wu Ming in the eyes of the Magic King who had obtained the origin force. They were both immature existences. Wu Ming now understood why he could not see Fufu. It was because Fufu had been trying to avoid him. Not only because Wu Ming was once an enemy, but also because Fufu, or one of the fourth beast, loved and protected humans. Wu Ming, who loved and protected humans, was a natural enemy. Fufu, who had grown up a little, could not defeat Wu Ming. Now, Fufu, who had not grown at all, was not Wu Ming's opponent. It did not mean that an ordinary servant could kill it. After all, no matter how useless a dragon was, it was still a dragon. Ordinary people could not tease a dragon like the saying, A dragon in the shallows will be teased by a shrimp. However, the reason why Fufu became like this was all thanks to Matthew. The fourth beast would absorb the evil characteristics around it and evolve into a beast. As long as the fourth beast stayed in human society, it would absorb the negative substances of human society and evolve into a terrifying beast. Fufu, who was only with Matthew all year round, was completely unable to absorb the evil information of the outside world. The result was obvious. Matthew did not have the evil of human beings that Fufu needed, but the good of human beings. Therefore, Fufu was still in the most ordinary form. However, this was also good. If it went on like this, the fourth beast would be defeated sooner or later, and it would be effortless. Sure enough, Matthew is a good boy. Wu Ming smiled gently. Huh. But this made Matthew a little overwhelmed. Wu Ming did not explain and just shook his head. Well, let's leave quickly. I still have to find that guy. Gudazi and Matthew looked at the surviving servants. I am waiting for your summon, Tachika. I will teach you a good lesson as your teacher. Karen said with a smile. No problem, teacher. Gudazi saluted playfully. Yes, summon me too. Although I am not as good as this guy, I am still very strong. Achilles looked at Wu Ming, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. This made Wu Ming smile a little helplessly. If possible, can you let me and Saido go with you? At this time, Rama and Saido came over. Chapter 560. Go together. Gudazi was puzzled. Yes. Romo nodded and then looked at Wu Ming. Thanks to my friend, I can now reunite with Saido. I'm really grateful to you, my friend. Romo looked at Wu Ming gratefully. Thank you, Master Cylinder. Saido did the same. He looked at Wu Ming with a grateful expression. But it seems that it's because of the effect of the Holy Grail that I and Saido can be together. The Holy Grail doesn't belong to me and Saido, and if I and Saido are separated again, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to get along like this. So, I and Saido are considering whether we can go together. It was not easy for a couple to be summoned together, not to mention that both of them still had the curse on them even after they became heroic spirits. After all, this was the curse that had troubled Romo and Saido for a long time. Only a miracle like the Holy Grail could make this curse disappear temporarily. In this way, Gudazi, who accepted Romo and Saido's proposal, could not only bring the Holy Grail back to Chaldea, but also let Saido and Romo continue to reunite, and also increase the strength of Chaldea's servants. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, why wouldn't he do it? Gudazi and Matthew looked at each other, and then looked at Olga Marie. Well, if we use a special method to mark Romo and Saido, and then use the method of summoning servants, it's not impossible to summon the 2 of you from this singularity. Olga Marie pondered as she began to mark the spirit bases of Rama and Saido. You 2, stand over here. Then, while Romo and Saido were accepting the spiritual base mark, Gudazi and Matthew looked at Wu Ming again. I'm the one who prepared the Holy Grail for you. You can do whatever you want with it. Wu Ming said with a smile. Besides, Olga has begun to mark Rama and Saido's spiritual base. She is going to send them to Chaldea. Why are you still asking me? Wu Ming joked. Hearing Wu Ming's words, Gudazi and Matthew both laughed. After all, Assassin helped us get the Holy Grail, so we have to ask. You little guy. Wu Ming smiled helplessly and touched Gudazi and Matthew's little head, messing up their hair. Why am I touched? Matthew said weakly. At this time, Olga Marie suddenly spoke. It's done. As expected, marking a servant's spiritual base is nothing to me. Olga Marie proudly said, raising her neck like a white swan. Yes, Olga is the best. Wu Ming smiled as if he was praising a child. Although it was not easy to mark a servant with the Holy Grail in their body, it was not difficult. It could be said that if it was Roman, he could also do something like marking a servant who took the initiative to accept the mark. All in all, as long as Tachika comes back, immediately summon Romo and Saido, then they can be brought to Chaldea. Then, Gudazi looked at Romo and Saido. Then, welcome in advance, Mr. Romo, Ms. Sido. Romo and Sido also looked at each other and smiled. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. At this time, Wu Ming quietly came to the side of Olga Marie's projection and asked, Is there any problem? Let the servants go to Chaldea. Of course, there is no problem. Chaldea has a lot of servants who accepted Tachika's summon. Olga Marie said that there was no problem at all. This made Wu Ming stunned. When he went to Chaldea, he didn't see any other servants. As if she saw Wu Ming's thoughts, Olga Marie smiled helplessly. I heard from Romani that you only stayed in the control room for a short while. Did you go out and see? Chaldea prepared a lot of servants' rooms, and there were a lot of servants living there. Wu Ming smiled awkwardly. Indeed, although he went to Chaldea, he only stayed for a short time, and he only stayed in the control room for a short while. At this time, Roman's voice came. Reiki transfer is ready. Tachika, Matthew, get ready. Everyone immediately made way for several people who were preparing for Reiki transfer. And this. Wu Ming picked up the Holy Grail that was still on the unconscious Roman blonde girl next to him. Anyway, it would disappear later, so it didn't matter. With a gentle toss, Wu Ming threw the Roman Holy Grail into Gudazi's hand. Then, a lot of magic appeared around Gudazi, Matthew, and Pamilia, who was still sleeping. That was the precursor of Reiki transfer. Then, Wu Ming threw the Sword of Salvation in his hand, and the Sword of Salvation was directly attached to the ordinary knight sword on Matthew's waist. The armor may disappear after returning to Chaldea, but this Holy Grail made of Holy Grail will not disappear. You can use it, or use it as a relic to summon me. In short, you can use it as much as you want. Gudazi touched the armor on her body, Matthew touched the sword on his waist, and nodded at Wu Ming. Then, Gudazi and others turned into light and disappeared. As soon as Gudazi and others left, Achilles and Karen's body began to glow. I'm running out of magic. Karen touched the back of his head in embarrassment. I'll take my leave first. With that, Karen turned into magic and disappeared. Looks like I'll have to disappear early, just like my teacher. Then, whether it's Sodric or Selander, let's have a good fight next time. No problem. Let's have a good fight next time, Achilles. Wu Ming smiled at Achilles. Then, Achilles disappeared as well. Then, the unconscious Roman blonde girl who had lost the protection of the Holy Grail also turned into light and disappeared after Achilles disappeared. At the same time, rays of magic light rose from other parts of the continent, which was a sign that the followers had left. Perhaps, only Attila and Wu Ming were left in this singularity. At this moment, the entire singularity began to shake violently. This was the sign that the singularity that had lost the Holy Grail was beginning to be repaired by the power of historical correction. Why, don't you want to say goodbye, my friend? Wu Ming smiled at Attila. There's no need. Attila said coldly. But the silence at the beginning meant that Attila's heart was not cold. That's true. It won't be long before I release you. This is the promise I made to you as your first friend. Attila looked at Wu Ming and did not speak. Wu Ming did not speak to Attila again. The two quietly watched the singularity begin to be repaired and waited for their departure. Then, Attila's body began to glow. Then I'll wait. Wu Ming looked around, but there was no one around. Wu Ming stretched. Then, it's time to find the fake magic king. Chapter 561. In the source of chaos, traces of light came from the center of the chaos. It was strange. It was chaos, but there was a center, which gave off a rather contradictory feeling. In the center of the light, a giant dragon was sleeping on the platform formed in the center. The light was emitted from the giant dragon's body. Beside the giant dragon, there was a smaller dragon with 4 pairs of horns on its head. Interestingly, apart from the size and number of horns, the smaller dragon was exactly the same as the giant dragon. The little dragon was casually walking around the giant dragon, but it never left the giant dragon's surroundings. It just kept walking like this. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the eyes of the smaller dragon did not have any consciousness. Although it was walking freely, it gave off the feeling of a puppet. After an unknown period of time, the smaller dragon was still walking around, but the giant dragon woke up from its deep sleep. Wu Ming slowly opened his eyes, and an unknown aura spread in all directions as Wu Ming opened his eyes. It was the coercion that belonged to the origin dragon. If there were fantasy breeds around at this moment, they would be immediately suppressed by Wu Ming's coercion. After sensing the natural release of power, Wu Ming shook his head slightly. I lost my dragon's coercion, but I gained a higher level of coercion. Wu Ming slowly propped up his body and opened his huge dragon mouth. A roar that was different from a dragon's but louder than a dragon's echoed throughout the entire source. Then, as though a bright lamp had been placed in the chaos, the entire source was instantly covered by the light emitted from Wu Ming's body. Master, are you awake? At that moment, a voice came from the top of the smaller dragon's head. At that moment, the smaller dragon's body was no longer moving. Instead, it stopped steadily beside Wu Ming like a standby machine. Collis, it's been hard on you. Wu Ming supported his upper body and stretched. His huge dragon head looked at the small dragon that looked exactly the same as him. To be precise, he was looking at the top of the smaller dragon's head. There's no such thing, Master. Although a lot of time may have passed on your side, only a short while has passed on Collis's side. While speaking, the smaller dragon's pair of dragon horns suddenly detached from its head. Then, the dragon horns grew larger and merged with Wu Ming's head, turning him into a giant dragon with 4 horns. Oh! Could it be that you've used my body to adjust the time of the root of everything? The crimson eyes were filled with surprise. Wu Ming had no choice but to create this small dragon because Wu Ming's main body had to guard this place to prevent a sneak attack. If Wu Ming wanted to go out, he had to use this backup body. However, this backup body was created by Wu Ming using his own flesh and blood, as well as other materials, as well as origin energy. In that case, it was not strange that this body had Wu Ming's main body's abilities. However, Wu Ming had never done much research on this body, so it was only used as a backup body when Wu Ming went out. But now, it seemed that this backup body's abilities had been developed by Collis. She could actually adjust the time difference between the outside world and the source. Master, please punish me, Collis said in a low voice. Wu Ming naturally knew what Collis was referring to. She had developed his backup body without his permission. Like a paranoid person, he would definitely suspect that Collis was trying to replace Wu Ming. After all, apart from combat strength and adaptability to time and space, Wu Ming's backup body was no different from Wu Ming's main body. In other words, it was not impossible for Collis to use Wu Ming's backup body to betray Wu Ming. However, Wu Ming did not think so. Putting aside the fact that Collis was destined to be unable to rebel against him, Wu Ming believed that Collis would not betray him. Time had proven that the bond between Wu Ming and Collis was unbreakable. Although Collis was a magic costume, Wu Ming did not treat her as a magic costume. Instead, he treated her as a friend, partner, or subordinate. In short, she was someone he could trust. Why would I punish you, Collis? I can't thank you enough. Wu Ming shook his head. Xiao Yan is stubborn. If I don't take the initiative to talk to her, she will treat herself as a weapon. As for you, you often take the initiative to talk to me. You even protect me when I use my servant's body to go out. Why would I punish someone like you? Wu Ming extended his dragon claw and touched Collis. You're too kind, Master. This is what I should do. Dragon Horn said softly. However, he felt that Collis was enjoying it. After hearing Wu Ming's words, the chain seemed to be dissatisfied with Wu Ming's words. It resisted slightly and gently knocked on Wu Ming's body. However, to Wu Ming, it was simply acting coquettishly. After comforting Enkidu, Wu Ming continued. Besides, you helped me develop this body's ability. I can't be happier. Why would I punish you? If this body could be like Wu Ming, then it could replace Wu Ming to guard the house, and Wu Ming's body could go out. Who doesn't want to use their original body? Who wants to use a fake body every day? Then, the next time I go out with my original body, Collis will come with me. Wu Ming suddenly said. Thank you, Master. Although Collis was a magic costume, she also had her own thoughts. She could see that Wu Ming wanted to make up for the loneliness in her heart. After all, you are not my slave. Don't talk about letting you stay here every day. If it were me, I would be bored to death. Wu Ming's dragon face showed a helpless expression. Wu Ming believed that Collis was too lonely. That was why she worked so hard to develop this body, which diverged the time between the origin and the outside world. This way, she would be able to see Wu Ming soon and wouldn't have to wait for a long time. Although Wu Ming didn't think it would be a long time. After all, Wu Ming only spent a few days or so to go out of the singularity with the body of a servant. However, for Collis, even if she didn't see Wu Ming for a day, she would still be lonely. She was a sentient tool that was determined to have a master when she was just born. After she gained the master's favor and decided to serve the master forever, she realized that the master would leave her side every few days. Even if she had a lot of knowledge and experience, after losing the master that she could rely on, Collis, who was actually less than a year old, couldn't accept it. Even if it was just for a short period of time. With that thought in mind, Collis successfully controlled Wu Ming's spare body and developed the ability to control the internal of the origin. Simply put, it turned from an ordinary robot in the lab into a central controller. Then, let me test the performance of this body. Saying so, Wu Ming put his claws on the spare body that was smaller than his original body. In an instant, the spare body's eyes emitted a bright light, making people feel as if they had been turned on. Chapter 562. Two dragons, one large and one small, stood on the platform inside the origin. The small dragon was moving about while the large dragon stood silently on the platform. Wu Ming's consciousness was still in his main body. The small dragon could move about because it was under Wu Ming's control. After all, the small dragon could be considered as Wu Ming's clone. With his spirit power rapidly developing, Wu Ming could already separate a sliver of consciousness from his main body and enter this body. Roar! The small dragon let out a furious roar. In an instant, the primal chaos around him rippled, and several transparent spheres appeared. On each ball, there were constantly changing images. These spheres represented every world that Wu Ming had been to. The small dragon pointed with its finger. One of the spheres floated over and arrived before the large dragon. Upon closer inspection, the image on the sphere was of some elementary school students in class. Has Mayu already started school? She should be in the 6th grade now. Has it been so long? Wu Ming sighed. I clearly said that I would return soon. I can only say that I didn't expect the enemy to be so difficult to deal with. Wu Ming looked at Mayu, who was listening attentively in class with nostalgia. Ripples appeared in his eyes as if he was reminiscing about his past experiences with Mayu. Coming back to his senses, Wu Ming looked to the side. He saw the sleeping Ilya and Chloe, who was trying to tease Ilya. These two little fellows. Wu Ming shook his head with a smile. Fortunately, I have the means to control the passage of time. I was afraid that Mayu would have become adults by the time I returned. As Wu Ming spoke, the small dragon pointed with its finger again. The sphere that represented Mayo's world fluctuated slightly. This way, the passage of time in Mayo's world will be extremely slow compared to other worlds. This way, Wu Ming would be able to return before Mayo's 6th grade winter break and fulfill his promise with Mayu. Then, Wu Ming controlled the small giant dragon to bring the balls of the other worlds that Wu Ming had been to before to Wu Ming. Wu Ming looked at the world of the god slayers, paying attention to the daily lives of his god of disobedience's minions and his beautiful female knights, and then felt a little helpless. As expected, the gods of disobedience are indeed the gods of disobedience. They seem to have settled down, but they still caused a lot of trouble, and Wu Ming switched to an image on the ball. The person on it was Wu Ming's authoritative spirit bead, Neza. Basically, it's this guy who leads them, Wu Ming said with a gloomy expression. In the world of the god slayer, Neza, who was about to go to Italy to steal the sword of the King of Swords, Salvatore Toni, suddenly felt a chill on his back. After looking around cautiously, Neza decided not to go in. Wu Ming smiled helplessly, shook his head, and then looked at the other worlds. In the big underground tomb of Nazalik, Demugos and Yeabade were discussing something. It seemed that they had listened to Wu Ming's words and did not go out for the time being. They were trying to hide in the big tomb as much as possible. Although I don't care much about good or evil, I still can't help but worry about these guys with -500 justice points. Wu Ming said helplessly. Let's just pause the time of this world. After all, it could be shut down later. There was no difference. With that thought in mind, Wu Ming controlled the small giant dragon to tap lightly on the ball that represented this world. In just an instant, the ball seemed to be frozen with a layer of ice. The people in the ball, or rather, the world, were completely frozen. It was not an ordinary freeze, but a freeze that interfered with time and space. Therefore, the people in that world did not notice it. Let's just do the same to the other worlds. Wu Ming smiled irresponsibly. Although it was indeed very convenient, it was almost useless in the world where the Magic King was. The reason Wu Ming could affect Mayo's world was because Wu Ming had protected that world before he left. Now, the world where the fake Magic King was in was no longer under Wu Ming's control. The fake Magic King who had grasped part of the power of Source was not to be trifled with. If not for the fact that the fake Magic King could not reach the major Source, he would have probably replaced Wu Ming long ago. At that time, the fake Magic King could really be said to be invincible. But now, although I can't say I'm invincible, I'm not afraid of you. Wu Ming's dragon face showed a smile. Immediately after, Wu Ming adjusted the flow of time in the world of the Skywings. Of course, when he said let's just do the same to the other worlds, it was a joke. Then, Wu Ming controlled this body to lie in the center of the platform and began to act as a guardian. As for Wu Ming, he prepared to leave the major source and go on a trip. Collis, I need to find trouble with an imposter. But before Wu Ming could finish, Collis interrupted him. I will follow Master. Collis did not give Wu Ming a chance and continued. Master's backup body already has the ability to protect the major source, so I don't need to stay with it anymore. Also, Master, you said before that the next time you leave with your main body, you'll take me with you. You can't go back on your word. Wu Ming smiled helplessly. Was he reaping what he sowed? All right. After all, we haven't worked together for a long time. I'm really not used to not having your help. After all, there were many things that required knowledge, and without Collis, Wu Ming did not know what to say. After all, ever since Wu Ming obtained the nameless spellbook, he had stopped learning magic. After having Collis, he had left everything that needed to be recorded to Collis. From the looks of it, Wu Ming was very lazy. It could be said that if it was not for the nameless spellbook, Wu Ming would have even recorded the methods of using magic in Collis' database. Collis had not only complained about Wu Ming's laziness, but Wu Ming had always brushed her off with the same answer. After all, it's very hard on me. With Collis here, I don't have to work so hard to remember things. Would Collis leave me? Then, these words made Collis feel insulted, and Collis furiously retorted. How could that be? I'll always follow Master, until eternity, and then, there was no and then. Then, let's go together, my Collis. Yes, my Master, my Lord. Then, there was only a small dragon left in the major source. However, judging from the dangerous glint in its eyes from time to time, this place was not without threats even after Wu Ming left. At the very least, it could be seen from the fact that the black mud outside the route did not have the guts to enter after Wu Ming left. Chapter 563. Outside the M-shaped moon world, an ancient and noble temple that occupied a huge area was located in the void. This was a place located outside of time and space. Its name was the Crown Time Temple. Although it was a temple, it was an open-air venue. If someone stood anywhere in this temple, they only needed to raise their head to see the mysterious scene of the endless universe. On a platform located at the highest point of the innermost part of the temple, a throne comparable to the giant stone throne on the 10th floor of Nazalek was located there. On this throne, there was a man with one hand supporting his chin and the other on his abdomen. He was taking a nap with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the man spoke. Did Floros fail? The man who suddenly spoke seemed to be talking to someone. It was as if he was talking to himself. It doesn't matter. I already guessed the result. Even if you have my power, it's not realistic to deal with him. As he spoke, the man opened his eyes. His scarlet pupils seemed to contain supreme wisdom, but his eyes made people feel cold. I feel it. His coming. As he spoke, the man looked up at the void. I didn't want to attack you so soon, Origin Dragon. I still want to see Chaldea struggle. But since you're looking for death, don't blame me. As he spoke, the man's face began to turn ferocious. His eyes turned blood red and the corners of his mouth cracked to his ears. Let my temple of time deal with you. On the other side, a huge white dragon was swimming in the void like the universe. Its ruber-like dragon eyes were looking around. It's almost there. Now, even without the black mud imprint, I can feel that incomparably hostile power. Although he didn't know why, Wu Ming now knew that he could completely sense the gathering place of those natural enemies. Then, Wu Ming saw the huge aperture that belonged to the M-shaped moon world and the throne of the temple embedded in the void above the aperture. It's really the periphery of the M-shaped moon world. Wu Ming had an expression of I knew it. Every world was fixed in a certain place in the void. Although the M-shaped moon world had countless parallel worlds, they were all in the same place. If one entered the huge aperture directly, one would immediately enter a parallel world. And if one wanted to enter a specific parallel world or a certain point in time or even a singularity, one would need to use the space-time tunnel. Wu Ming used the space-time tunnel previously, but Wu Ming didn't find any additional singularities. Then, Wu Ming laughed self-deprecatingly. The other party had the power of the origin, so how could he still exist in a singularity? Wu Ming understood that the person he was looking for couldn't be bound by time and space, so he must be in the void of the various worlds that wasn't affected by time and space. Without any hesitation, Wu Ming flew straight to the temple. Just as he entered the temple, Wu Ming felt hostility and realized that something wanted to attack him. An indescribable voice sounded. Then, countless tentacles attacked Wu Ming. No, they weren't tentacles. They're actually demon god pillars. Wu Ming squinted his huge red dragon eyes and said. Wu Ming also thought that these were tentacles at first. Although demon god pillars could use tentacles, the tentacles of demon god pillars were spiral-shaped pieces of flesh. However, the tentacles that were attacking them were full of eyes. Taking a closer look, these were clearly demon god pillars. It was just that Wu Ming's body had become a lot bigger, so when he looked at the demon god pillars, they looked like small tentacles. Thinking about it, it's just tentacles. They're useless against my servant body, so how could they be useful against my main body? Wu Ming shook his head. However, could the demon god pillars themselves be enough to deal with Wu Ming's main body? The answer was naturally no. Roar, it was clearly the void, but Wu Ming's roar reverberated in the void. After hearing Wu Ming's roar, the demon god pillars suddenly stopped, but they didn't stop. If one looked carefully, the demon god pillars' movements would become awkward. These low-level creatures were frightened by the pressure of Wu Ming, a high-level creature. Sure enough, you're worthy of being that guy's subordinates. But I didn't expect to subdue you with just a roar. After saying that, Wu Ming didn't stop and continued to fly forward. Immediately, Wu Ming's body emitted light, like a lamp in the darkness. The light instantly covered the demon god pillars. Then, faint golden lightning appeared in the light. In terms of attack, this move didn't seem to cause any damage. Instead, the demon god pillars felt a warm feeling. However, Wu Ming's attack was naturally not that simple. The intense light made it impossible to see the demon god pillars covered by the light. Then, the light suddenly erupted with golden lightning. After a few breaths, Wu Ming withdrew the light, and the demon god pillars that were originally covered by the light were nowhere to be seen. The power of the Blade of Salvation isn't something that a mere demon god pillar can block, Wu Ming said indifferently, not taking the demon god pillar's destruction to heart. Then, Wu Ming continued to fly to the platform of the temple where the throne was located. As for the other demon god pillars, it was unknown whether they were afraid or under someone's orders. In short, they didn't touch Wu Ming anymore. Or rather, they didn't seek their own deaths. Wu Ming flew to the platform that was so wide that it was unseemly, and slowly descended. Dragon of Origin, have you come? Are you ready to accept your death? The man from before was still sitting on his throne with one hand supporting his chin, emitting the aura of a king. His originally ferocious face had now returned to a harmless look. After all, I don't think it's appropriate to leave you behind the scenes. As expected, it's better to get rid of you now. Wu Ming said casually, as if getting rid of the man on the throne was like squashing an ant. You don't have to talk nonsense with me. Dragon of Origin, if you've grown up, I might be afraid. But the current you isn't enough for me to take you seriously. The man's words were filled with arrogance. Although Wu Ming was very displeased, it made Wu Ming smile inside. No matter when, arrogance was a great taboo. Facing the arrogant man, Wu Ming thought he had already won half the battle. Speaking of which, I thought you were at a singularity. I didn't expect you to be in the void outside the world. Wu Ming didn't continue the topic from before, and instead talked about this place. Originally, Wu Ming thought that the other party's base was also a singularity. After all, it was burned on Earth, and the temple that had no foothold could only create a singularity to be independent. As mentioned before, Wu Ming thought so and entered the space-time tunnel. In the end, he didn't find a singularity. Therefore, Wu Ming directly came to the void. Relying on the Dragon of Origin's natural characteristic of flying freely in the void, Wu Ming came to the vicinity of the M-shaped moon. In the end, Wu Ming really did find it. It could be said that the current Temple of Time was no longer a singularity, but an existence that was truly attached to the void. If it was allowed to develop, it might even become an independent world. That was indeed the case. But one day, the black mud accidentally came to my temple. The man didn't mind Wu Ming changing the topic. Instead, he enthusiastically answered Wu Ming's question. Although Wu Ming already knew, the man suddenly stretched out his hand, and a mass of black substance appeared in his hand. After Wu Ming saw the black mud, he immediately felt uncomfortable. The feeling of a natural enemy surged in his heart. To be honest, if it was me in the past, I might have been affected by these things. However, from what I see now, these black mud are completely increasing my strength. As he spoke, the man stood up. My Temple of Time can be separated from the singularity and become independent of the world. It's all thanks to the power of Origin, Dragon of Origin. The man laughed loudly, and his face was full of devastation. That being said, you haven't fully grasped the power of Origin, have you? King Solomon's faker, or rather, it would be better to call you Jisha. Wu Ming's words made the man frown, and he was stunned. Chapter 564. That's right, I am Jisha, commander of the 72 Demon God Pillars Amalgamation, Demon God King Jisha. Saying that, the man's outer appearance ignited, and immediately, the man's appearance changed completely. He was humanoid, but much taller than an ordinary person, as well as strangely thick 4 limbs. A hole appeared in the center of Jisha's chest, and a purple eye-like orb was embedded in the hole, making people shiver. Blood-like veined patterns didn't seem to have been adjusted, but actually covered Jisha's body in an orderly fashion, connecting to the orb in front of Jisha's chest. He couldn't be called human, but had a bald head that looked like a human. On his head grew 2 antlers, but more like tree branches. This was the demon god King Gaia. It was different from Solomon's monster, demon god King Gaia. As expected, you are King Solomon's creation. Wu Ming's draconic eyes narrowed. There's nothing strange about that. Although I'm Solomon's creation, after King Solomon's death, there's nothing strange about me occupying Solomon's body. It could be said that the 72 demon god pillars came from Solomon's magic grimoire Raymond Gayton, also known as Jisha. And after King Solomon's death, the name of the collective that was formed in King Solomon's body was very easy to guess. It was Gaia. The awakened Jisha could be said to be Solomon. After all, Solomon and Jisha were both characters who commanded the 72 demon god pillars, so it wasn't strange for Jisha to occupy the dead Solomon's body. But you really surprised me, Origin Dragon. The man, no, demon god King Jisha raised his head, looking at Wu Ming's draconic head. Even the taller Jisha wasn't as large as Wu Ming's original body. Wu Ming was still looking down on Jisha. Then, are you surprised that I know you haven't completely grasped your origin, power, or are you surprised that I know your identity? Wu Ming said with incomparable calmness. He was not frightened by Gaia's appearance that was neither human nor ghost at all. After all, he had seen too many dirty things and had gotten used to it. I have both, Gaia smiled and continued. Indeed. Although I've obtained the power of the black origin soil and used it to move my temple from the singularity to the void, that's all there is to it. In fact, I'm worse than you described. I don't actually control the power of the black origin soil at all, and I'm only relying on the byproduct of controlling the black origin soil. As if he had embarrassed himself, Jisha put the black origin soil back into his body. To be able to guess that I haven't fully grasped the power of origin, it's probably because I've never invaded another world. In response to Jisha's words, Wu Ming nodded. That's right. After all, I'm in the real origin, which is connected to other worlds. I can still do a simple check on your situation, Wu Ming said calmly. As mentioned before, the origin was like a control panel, and Wu Ming was the key to the control panel. Wu Ming, who had gradually grown by absorbing the power of the origin from the origin, gradually unlocked the power of the control panel. For example, he could use the time of the worlds that Wu Ming had visited as well as a simple check on Jisha's situation. However, that was all there was to it. The current Wu Ming didn't have the power to destroy a world with a flick of his finger. Otherwise, Jisha wouldn't have looked down on Wu Ming so much. After all, if Wu Ming had that kind of power, Wu Ming would have eliminated Jisha, who stole the power of origin. If Wu Ming wanted to possess that kind of power, he would have to grow into an adult to obtain that kind of power. Jisha knew a bit about the origin dragon through the origin black mud, so Jisha wasn't worried about Wu Ming doing anything to him. A certain person was entrusted with a treasure comparable to a nation, but because they were too young, that person couldn't open the key to the treasure, and who knew how long it would take for that person to obtain the key. As a result, some people with ulterior motives would definitely play tricks and wouldn't care about that person's thoughts. Jisha was such a person. By the time Wu Ming grew up, Jisha would have achieved his goal. Then, how did you know that I wasn't Solomon? Jisha asked. It could be said that Jisha only cared about and was surprised by this matter. In my impression, you have never seen Solomon, and your knowledge of him is only from historical records. How can you say my real identity so accurately? Then, Jisha shook his head. Don't say that because Raymond Gayton is called Jisha, you guessed that I was the one who occupied King Solomon's body. That would be too degrading. This made Wu Ming stunned for a moment. He was indeed going to say that. Oh, then make a guess, Jisha. Wu Ming looked at Jisha jokingly. Then, after Jisha thought for a few seconds, he gave Wu Ming an answer. I think the biggest possibility is that you met our king, Solomon, without me knowing. That's the case. Wu Ming smiled. Although Wu Ming's face was smiling, Wu Ming's heart was as if he was facing a great enemy. Jisha's IQ is inexplicably online. Those so-called great villains without IQ seem to be lying. I just saw the real King Solomon, so I knew you were fake. Based on this, I inferred your identity as Jisha. Sure enough. Jisha nodded slightly. Then, I don't know if you can see my other identity, the Dragon of Origin. This time, it was Jisha's turn to let Wu Ming guess. You don't need to tell me, I will do the same, the first beast. Wu Ming revealed Jisha's other identity. One of the 7 great human evils, the beast with the principle of mercy, Beast Eye. Wu Ming had already seen through Jisha's identity through the power of origin, when Jisha appeared. Even if Jisha had the origin, black soil on him, Wu Ming could still see through it as easily as if he saw through Fufu's identity as the 4th beast. Or rather, it was because of the origin, black soil on Jisha's body that it made it easier for Wu Ming to see through Jisha's identity as the 1st beast. It seems that I really underestimated you, Dragon of Origin. Then, Jisha raised one of his hands. In front of my great cause, you are really an eyesore. As Jisha spoke, Wu Ming's muscles tightened. Then, you will die here, dragon of origin. In an instant, countless black flames shot out from Jisha's hand toward Wu Ming like a machine gun. Wu Ming let out a furious roar, flapped his huge dragon wings, and dodged the black flames in an extremely unscientific manner. That's what I had in mind. You can leave here today, Jisha. Wu Ming, who had flown into the sky above the lookout, opened his mouth abruptly, and a pale golden flame shot out like a high-pressure water gun, shooting towards Gaia like a tooth for a tooth. Good timing. Jisha yelled and waved his hands. A pure energy barrier appeared before Jisha and blocked Wu Ming's origin, dragon breath. This was the first official confrontation between the young dragon of origin, Wu Ming, and the deity warden king, Jisha, who had obtained the origin, black soil. It could be said that whether it was Jisha's black flames or Wu Ming's origin, dragon breath, ordinary servants couldn't resist them at all. If they were ordinary people, they would have been burned to ashes before coming into contact with them, just like ordinary humans approaching the sun. However, for the two of them, who could be said to be superior in terms of status and strength, those were just ordinary attacks. Jisha never thought that his black flames could kill or even injure Wu Ming, and Wu Ming was naturally not naive enough to think that his ordinary dragon breath could burn Jisha to death. All of this was just the first confrontation. The real battle had only just begun. Chapter 565. Boom. Like a nuclear explosion, a loud sound reverberated through the entire temple. Thick smoke rose from the depths of the temple. The 72 demon god pillars appeared in various parts of the large temple, all of them staring at the depths of the temple. Swish. A white, holy figure suddenly flew out from the depths of the temple. Even with the countless eyes of the demon god pillars, they were unable to see this figure clearly. They could only hear the sound of something breaking through the air. Then, following closely behind the white figure, a black figure suddenly rushed out. This time, the demon god pillars saw clearly that it was their king, the leader of the 72 demon god pillars, the demon god king Jisha. Then, there was no need to guess who the white figure was. It was definitely the dragon of origin that dared to boldly fly into the depths of the temple to look for trouble with their king. In the eyes of the demon god pillars, the dragon of origin was being beaten back by their king, and was even being exterminated by their king. As a result, the demon god pillars began to dance wildly. Their huge tentacles constantly swayed as they rejoiced at the strength of their king. However, Jisha didn't pay attention to the situation of the demon god pillars. Instead, he focused on dealing with Wu Ming. Even though Jisha was chasing after Wu Ming, it was actually just Wu Ming deliberately shifting the battlefield. It wasn't that Jisha couldn't catch up to Wu Ming, but that he also wanted to shift the battlefield. If the demon god pillars entered the depths of the temple where Jisha was, they would discover that the depths of the temple had already been destroyed beyond recognition. As a formation similar to a battlefield, the Temple of Time could assist Jisha in dealing with the enemy. Moreover, because it was King Solomon's second precious artifact, it could be said to be relatively sturdy. There was basically no need to worry about it being destroyed. It could completely act as a battlefield. However, if the enemy was Wu Ming, it wouldn't work at all. As mentioned earlier, Jisha, who had obtained the black soil of origin, wasn't afraid of Wu Ming at all. However, before obtaining the black soil of origin, Jisha was still rather fearful of Wu Ming. The reason why the dragon of origin was called the dragon of origin was because it was born from the origin. Its body was extremely resistant to magic, and its defense against physical attacks wasn't weak either. This allowed the origin dragon to deal with its enemies with brute force. The Temple of Time was dragged out by Jisha through the black origin mud from the void where the singularity was formed. It was not strengthened because Jisha simply used the black origin mud to enhance his own strength. The Time Shrine itself was an A-grade relic. It was a relic of its own. Jisha's arms had burn marks, and there was a huge wound on his back that extended from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. Jisha's thick arms and thighs were also stained with black burn marks. In addition, One of Jisha's horns was also broken. Whether it was Wu Ming's injuries or Jisha's injuries, they were all caused by the two of them fighting like wild beasts. Jisha knew that the black soil origin restrained Wu Ming, so he would mix in the black soil origin in every attack. The burn marks on Wu Ming's body were all caused by Jisha using the black soil origin as the raw material to release the black flames. When facing the black soil origin, Wu Ming seemed to have no defense. Neither his dragon scales nor his magic power could defend against the black soil origin's attacks, and they were directly penetrated. Often, Jisha's flames would directly burn through Wu Ming's scales and muscles. Every time Wu Ming was attacked, it was as if he had inhaled a fatal poison, and the intense pain was mixed with intense dizziness. However, thanks to this, Wu Ming also took the opportunity to deal a lot of heavy blows to Jisha. The huge wound on Jisha's back had been caused by Wu Ming's blade of salvation, and the broken horns on Jisha's body had also been cut off by Wu Ming's blade of salvation. The burn marks on his body had been caused by Wu Ming's origin breath. Indeed, the origin breath didn't have much effect on Jisha, but many little drops made an ocean. Wu Ming had successfully caused a lot of damage to Jisha by repeatedly spitting out flames and condensing them into lines of fire. However, it was thanks to the black soil origin that he was able to cause double the damage to Jisha. After all, Wu Ming and the black soil origin were mutually reinforcing and counteracting. From the injuries of the two, it could be seen how much Jisha regretted his decision. This was also the reason why Jisha chose to leave the position that was advantageous to him. Jisha guessed that if they continued fighting like this, the Temple of Time would probably be directly torn apart. I didn't expect that. I still underestimated you, Dragon of Origin. You actually have so many tricks up your sleeve, Jisha said to Wu Ming calmly. Wu Ming's own abilities weren't enough to be fatal to Jisha. What was fatal to Jisha were Wu Ming's divine blade of salvation and his 12 incarnations. Whether it was Wu Ming's own abilities or the origin breath, Jisha wasn't afraid of them at all. Indeed, they wouldn't have any effect on Jisha. However, if it was the divine blade of salvation that was originally very strong and had been evolved by the origin after being obtained by Wu Ming, as well as the 12 incarnations that came from the fusion of the two gods' 12 attributes, Jisha would have to be more vigilant. Why do you think I dared to cause trouble for you? Even if you've obtained the black soil origin, you're too arrogant, Jisha. With that, Wu Ming directly roared, and a fireball appeared from Wu Ming's mouth. It was Wu Ming's sun incarnation. Immediately afterward, the fireball became so huge that it was large enough to cover Jisha. Then, Wu Ming suddenly pushed the fireball at Jisha at an extremely fast speed. Don't think that you can defeat me just because you have some tricks, Dragon of Origin. After saying that, Jisha spread open his arms, and in an instant, a large light wheel appeared behind him. The large light wheel gathered power in an instant, and then a purple-black beam of light blasted at Wu Ming. Boom! The battle was still ongoing. Chapter 566. Inside the Root of Origin, Wu Ming's backup machine, which was lying on the platform and taking a nap, suddenly woke up. Wu Ming shifted his consciousness to the backup machine. Jisha actually attracted the other black origin mud that was wandering in the void, and then self-destructed. Wu Ming recalled what had happened with a gloomy expression. After Wu Ming and Jisha left the Time God's temple, they first used the sun incarnation to clash with Jisha's third relic, causing a violent explosion. If the demon god pillars had not combined their powers to form a defense, they and the Time God's temple would have been destroyed by Wu Ming and Jisha's attacks. The Time God's temple was saved, although it was still in a shattered state. The 72 demon god pillars were also almost destroyed. Although they had been revived, they were still heavily injured. Then, Wu Ming directly returned to his human form, and used the power of the 12 incarnations and the divine blade of salvation to fight Jisha to a standstill. However, overall, Wu Ming had the upper hand. However, Jisha was someone who had lived for thousands of years. The black origin mud that he possessed could not hurt Wu Ming, so he used the black origin mud that was scattered in the void to trap Wu Ming. Wu Ming was almost trapped in the black origin mud that Jisha had gathered. The black origin mud was a substance without a consciousness. It was also because of this that Wu Ming was not afraid of the Black Origin mud. Wu Ming was most afraid of people using the Black Origin mud against him. The Black Origin mud was like a gun. Wu Ming was an ordinary person, and an ordinary person would not be afraid of an inanimate object. However, if someone picked up a gun and fired at Wu Ming's life would be in danger. The 12 incarnations and the divine blade of salvation were Wu Ming's guns. With a gun, Wu Ming could fight back against the person who used a gun against him. That's right, because Wu Ming and the Black Origin mud countered each other, they were basically two berserkers. However, there was a limit to how well they countered each other. Jisha had gathered almost all the Black Origin mud in the void. Wu Ming in his human form was like a lone boat in the sea. It could be said that if it were not for the 12 incarnations and the divine blade of salvation, Wu Ming would have died in the Black Origin mud tide. If Silent Wonder was subdued by the Black Origin soil, Gaia would not mind killing him. From Wu Ming's current situation, it could be seen that Wu Ming's outcome was still not good. When Gaia saw that Wu Ming was about to escape from the Origin Black Soil's encirclement, he made a bold decision. He directly let the Black Origin mud self-destruct. For example, in a sealed secret room, an ordinary person was holding a pesticide and killing insects. However, because he really couldn't touch the insects, he directly tore apart the pesticide sprayer violently and sprayed the pesticide everywhere in the secret room. In this way, the insects were finished. But it should be known that pesticides were also harmful to the human body. Kill 1,000 enemies, but lose 800 of your own. Wu Ming's body disappeared in the explosion of the Black Origin mud, and Jisha was also injured by the self-destruction of the Black Origin mud. Wu Ming could guess what Jisha was thinking. The current Wu Ming was quite difficult to deal with. After letting him go, there was no guarantee that Wu Ming would not become stronger again. It could only be said that Jisha was worthy of his reputation. He didn't even think about it, or it could be said that he directly detonated the Black Origin mud after careful consideration. As a result, Wu Ming's body disappeared, Jisha was injured, and the Black Origin mud was almost completely destroyed. Wu Ming, who had temporarily transferred his consciousness, knew that his body didn't die, but was injured more severely than Jisha, and had been blasted to some unknown world. For example, could you imagine someone detonating the Earth to kill an ordinary person? It could be said that if Wu Ming hadn't been soaking in the Black Origin for a long time to absorb its power to evolve, he would probably have died. No, it should be said that even Wu Ming would have died in such a situation when he was fighting Artesius. It seems that the Black Origin is really a hotbed for me. Wu Ming was a little regretful. He should have soaked in the Black Origin for a while before looking for Jisha. At the very least, he wouldn't have been forced to transfer his consciousness because of the Black Origin mud's explosion. Wu Ming had transferred his consciousness because the Black Origin mud's self-destruction didn't just target his body, but also his mind. Physical damage could be recovered, but if his mind collapsed, it would basically be over. Fortunately, Jisha helped me solve part of the problem. Jisha had gathered almost all of the Black Origin mud in the void of various worlds and detonated them. It could be said that Wu Ming no longer had to worry about the Black Origin mud in the void. However, the Black Origin mud didn't only exist in the void. According to Wu Ming's experience, Wu Ming already knew that a lot of Black Origin mud had entered various worlds. Moreover, there was no guarantee that Jisha wouldn't mass-produce the Black Origin mud himself. Wu Ming guessed that the reason the Black Origin mud was endless was because of its asexual reproduction ability. Wu Ming didn't believe that such a large amount of Black Origin mud really came from the Black Origin. The most important evidence was the image Wu Ming saw when he came into contact with the Black Origin mud mark. The amount of Black Origin mud that left the Black Origin mud from the Black Origin wasn't as much as what Jisha had detonated. The Black Origin mud only appeared after Wu Ming was sent away from the Black Origin. And Wu Ming knew his own situation. He didn't stay in the Black Origin world for long before he was sent to another world to grow. What a headache. Wu Ming reached out his dragon claw and rubbed his head. This was great. Collis and Enkidu were both on Wu Ming's main body, and the two of them disappeared with Wu Ming's main body. However, no matter what, Jisha didn't have the ability to play any tricks now. The self-destruction of the Black Origin mud was enough for him to deal with. I have to find my main body as soon as possible. It's hard to calculate the time. After all, the flow of time in the world that Wu Ming's main body entered might be different from the Black Origin world. The self-destruction of the Black Origin mud just now had temporarily disrupted Wu Ming's control of the Black Origin world. It would take some time before Wu Ming could find out where his main body was through the Black Origin world. And Wu Ming's current main body couldn't leave the Black Origin world. Who knew if there were any fish that slipped through the net in the void? If the Black Origin mud invaded, Wu Ming would have nowhere to cry. Sigh, looks like I can only wait. Wu Ming lay down on the platform and started to rest. Although Wu Ming had shifted his consciousness in time, Wu Ming's consciousness was still greatly affected. Now, Wu Ming felt like his head had been run over by a truck. It's hard to imagine what would happen to me if I was completely injured by the self-destruction of the Black Origin mud. If he was slightly affected, it would be like being run over by a truck. If he was completely injured, he would probably have a mental breakdown. At this moment, a letter suddenly fell from the Black Origin world to Wu Ming's head. A letter. This gave Wu Ming a fright. Wu Ming didn't have any malicious intent in this letter. In the Black Origin world, Wu Ming was half invincible. He could still detect the danger of a letter. In other words, this was a harmless letter. Then, Wu Ming used his telekinesis to pick up the letter that fell on his head. There was nothing else on the snow-white envelope except for the red ink on the back, which was used to ensure that the letter was sealed. It looked like a simple and plain letter that couldn't be any more simple. However, Wu Ming narrowed his eyes and started to think about the problem. The Black Origin world wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Now that Wu Ming was guarding the Black Origin world, not just anyone could enter. Unless Wu Ming agreed to it. Wu Ming looked at the letter and suddenly thought of a possibility. But before opening the letter, Wu Ming gathered his power and created a servant's spiritual base. This was in preparation for him to help Gudazi at the next singularity. Then, Wu Ming opened the letter. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.